I'm trying to platinum and 100% as many games as I can. Recently, a sequel came out for a game I love getting the platinum in. This is of course... So in today's video, I decided to become the greatest delivery man of all time once again to earn Death Stranding 2's Platinum Trophy. But what does it take to be the world's best at delivering packages again, you may ask? You have to collect 55 trophies in total at a 3 out of 10 difficulty and potentially taking up to 100 hours plus to do so. This time around, instead of delivering across the USA, we are instead not only reconnecting Mexico back up, but also the entirety of the Australian continent. Of course, it ain't going to be as simple as delivering a few packages, as we still have to deal with the hazardous obstacles and enemies from the first game, but on top of that there are now environmental events, massive BTs to fight, and brand new ghost mech enemies that are even more powerful and mysterious than usual. So, just like last time, it's going to be a tough and long journey to become the greatest deliverer once again, and get the Platinum Trophy. Just quickly before we get into the trophies, I'd just like to say a big thank you to all those supporting the videos and channel still. I haven't uploaded in quite a while, mainly because I've been in my last semester of my university degree and some other life stuff that's been happening too. So I really appreciate all those that have stuck around and waited this whole time for me to start uploading again. And for those that are new or haven't subscribed yet, we're closing in on 50,000 subs, so it'd be awesome if we could get to that milestone before the end of the year. I'm going to be uploading more consistently from now on, so hit that subscribe button so you don't miss a video. Thanks again, and now let's get back to the trophies. To begin, we are given the opportunity to get a recap of the first game story. This was a great way to get reintroduced back to the world of Death Stranding, and get a reminder of exactly what happened in the first game. After finishing the recap, it was of course time to start up a brand new game and get this trophy hunt started. And our first step was actually to make sure that we selected normal difficulty or higher, as this was required for some of the trophies. And so I decided to just play on normal, as I didn't want to make this any harder than it had to be, as I knew this game was already going to take a while to get the platinum. Anyway, starting the game up, we are actually given an even shorter little recap if you didn't watch the other one, where of course we are reminded that our main character Sam Porter Bridges and his BB named Lou reconnected the United Cities of America and saved the world for now. Following this, Sam took Lou and vanished without a trace, and they have been in hiding ever since. This leads us to the start of the second game 11 months later. And from here we get the intro credits to the game, and during these intro cinematics I was amazed at the graphics of the game. Oh my god, the graphics! What? Is this real? Holy crap, this game looks unreal. Is this in-game or like real life? Because this looks real. This is what the game looks like, holy crap. This is like 10 times better than Mind's Eye. Anyway, looking back at these intro cinematics now, I'm pretty sure it is actual real life photography, and then using special effects they've just put in the Death Stranding items later. But you'll see in just a sec, that doesn't mean the game doesn't look good. I mean, it already looks, even if this is just cutscenes, it looks insane. Oh my god, is it him? Is it my boy Sam? It's my boy Sam! And Lou. Sam Norman Reedus. Holy crap. I'm literally in disbelief right now. Oh my god. I've literally got goosebumps right now. This looks absolutely insane. What? This is not a video game, bro. Oh my god. I'm speechless. Oh my god. I can't. This is actually awesome, bro. Oh my god. Even editing this back, I still get goosebumps just because of how crazy looking the graphics are in this game. By far, I reckon this has the most realistic graphics I've ever seen in a video game. Surely I can't be the only one that thinks this, let me know down below. But anyway, enough glazing of the graphics, it's now time to actually start playing the game. Our first trek back to our house is a good way to get a grasp of the basic controls once again, and early on we are introduced to a brand new feature in this game, which is the dynamic environment, as we experience our first gate quake. Holy crap. Oh my god, there's landslides? What? Look at that! This is not real, bro. This is not... Oh my god. On the way back, it also starts to rain and we get our first weather event, which causes the river to widen, meaning we're gonna have to use a ladder to cross it. And this is of course where we're able to get our first trophy of the game for building our first ever structure. Hey! My first structure. Build your first structure. Any structure, signs, ladders, etc. Let's go. Our first structure of the game. Hell yeah, let's cross it. Boom. Look at that. That's awesome. First trophy. After that, we eventually make it back to Sam and Lou's house, where he has been using a hologram to hide the home's whereabouts. And here we basically find out that Sam has been raising Lou as his own child, all on his own. Of course, things don't stay like this for long, as we obviously have a game to play, and so our old friend Fragile manages to find us. And she's not here just to catch up. She has a job for us. And here she gives us a nice little overview of all the things that have happened since the first game. Essentially, a new company known as APAS 4000 has taken over from Bridges, and now all package delivery in the UCA has become automated, meaning there was no more need for Fragile Express as human porters became irrelevant. So Fragile started up a new group known as Drawbridge, which handles deliveries outside of the chiral network, beyond the borders of the UCA. And so of course, she still needs human porters to do the work. And so this is where we come in, as Fragile asks us to go to Mexico to extend the chiral network to the south, just like we did when we reconnected back up the UCA. Essentially, Fragile has come to us because our old friend Deadman is in Mexico and he has a message to tell us when we arrive to meet him, and also we are pretty much the best porter in the world, as we found out from the first game, so we are the best shot at the UCA extending the chiral network and taking further steps to reconnecting the entire world and try and help the world go back to what it was before the Death Stranding. We are then given the option of saying yes or no, and of course I said yes because I'm ready to start delivering again, but I do wonder what happens if you say no. I'm assuming that you get convinced anyway and still do it because like that's the whole point of the game, unless there's some sort of secret ending like in Far Cry. Anyway, having said yes, the only thing we have to figure out now is who is going to look after Lou while we're gone, because obviously we can't take her with us. So we ask Fragile if she can babysit Lou while we're gone, and she agrees to do so. And so with that sorted, all we've got to do now is link up this region of Mexico and come back once we're done. And so we begin episode 1, Sam. As we're leaving, Fragile gives us a ring terminal, which is what we're going to be using to plan and make all of our deliveries. And so our main mission is to make our way to the research lab where Deadman is, to use our Cupid to connect it up to the chiral network. However, we can't connect it up straight away, so we need to head to different way stations on the way to bring them into the network and allow us to connect up the research lab. So our first stop is Ciudad Nudo del Norte, or C1. And just like the first game, we then have to manage our cargo and choose what we want to take on our journey with us, including the chiral network gateway to connect up C1. And thankfully, one of my favorite features makes its return in this game, which is auto arrange cargo, which automatically sorts the cargo on your back for you and puts it in the best spots. After sorting out our cargo, it was then time to plan our route on the map to how we were going to get there. And along the way, it seemed like we were most likely going to be facing our first enemies. Once that was done, Fragile then gave us the Cupid. Just like in the first game, we were going to use this to expand the chiral network. Then we said our goodbyes and off we went. Obviously, this is where the walking simulator accusations come into effect, but personally, I enjoy just walking around the environment and exploring the world, especially when the graphics are looking this good. And of course, I find traversing the environment is also really fun, as it's almost like a puzzle, as you have to figure out how to get to where you want to go. Anyway, just as predicted on our map, we come across our first armed hostiles, which to me shows that this is more than just a walking simulator, as there is combat, and actually some pretty good stealth as well. After stealthing my way through those enemies, we come across another major environmental event in this game, which is this massive sandstorm. And as you can see, it makes it very hard to traverse, as you can barely see anything, and the strong winds make you go slower too. Eventually, after a long few minutes, we finally finally made it through to the other side, and I could see my first destination on the horizon. And just as I was about to make it to C1, I got a little pop-up in the right corner of a post that Fragile had sent us. And for simply opening this up, I got our next trophy. What's SSS? A first glimpse of the SSS. That's a trophy? Read an SSS post for the first time. The Social Strand Service. Using the SSS, you can view messages sent by people from all over the world, look back on the likes you've given to and received from the porters in other worlds, enjoy the screenshots you've captured in photo mode. Okay, don't worry, Sam. We then also have the option to like the photo, and for doing this, I got another trophy. Hey, it's like that. Send a like for the first time. It's like that, and that's the way it is. So essentially the SSS is the social media of Death Stranding 2, and where you can view photos and create connections and strand contracts with friends and other players. And making connections with other players is actually quite useful, as it means their structures can appear on your map more often. Unfortunately though, I only had one friend playing the game. Anyway, moving on, now all I had to do was make our first delivery. I even managed to find some lost cargo on the way, so this meant we were going to get an even bigger boost to our connection to this facility. And so, for delivering the main order and the lost cargo, we managed to increase our connection to almost 2 stars. You'll see as we go on though, we have to get every single facility to 5 stars, but that's a grind for later. For now, 1 star is good enough to connect up the facility using our Cupid. And as you can probably guess, for connecting up our first facility using our Cupid gets us another trophy. Hey, new strand established. Starting point. Connect your Cupid for the first time. Let's go! And so with that, we had successfully expanded the chiral network for the first time. And because it was also our first delivery completed, our porter grade also started going up too. With our first delivery done, it was now time for a good rest, as we were welcomed in to our own private room in the facility. In the private room, we are able to shower and sleep to restore our stamina and heal ourselves. In typical Death Stranding fashion, Sam has a weird dream about Lou, as he is worried about her, but when we wake up, Fragile and Lou appear as holograms, and Fragile lets us know that everything is alright. Following that, we now had full access to the private room, so we were able to customize Sam's look, and also head to the firing range, where we could view and test the weapons we have. There was also a VR headset where we are able to complete VR training. So I took on the first Porter fundamental drill, which was for simply just sneaking our way through an enemy base. And this really was not hard at all. And for completing it, I actually got myself another trophy for completing my first VR training program. My first training session. Complete a VR training program for the first time. I did not know that was a trophy. We'll take it though. We'll take it. I then spent the next 15 minutes or so getting S rank in all the other available drills, before I headed back up to the surface to continue with our next main order. Our next location to connect to the chiral network was Via Libre, where we had to deliver some remote medical units to them, in order to convince them to join the chiral network. This game does a very good job at introducing you to new things. As for this delivery, we had to worry about timefall, which works the same as the first game, as it makes everything age quicker, including our delivery containers potentially ruining our cargo. Luckily, I brought some container repair spray with me, which allows us to repair the effects of the timefall. Unfortunately, along the way, some enemies also spotted me, so I got into my first bit of gunplay combat in the actual outside world, not to the VR training. After defeating them, I found a post box that one of the NPCs had put down, and here I was able to fabricate another repair spray as my other one had run out. This allowed me to fix up my containers a second time and finally make it to our destination. Thanks to completing this main order, we were able to gain 1-star connection, meaning we could now use our Cupid to link up this shelter to the chiral network. As a reward, we unlocked the PCC level 1, which obviously allows us to build basic structures, which is very important in this game. Following that, we were given our next main order, which was to connect up C1 South Distribution Center, but along the way, we actually had to recover the cargo they needed from some bandits. So I made my way to the bandit camp camp, but before heading in, I used our newly unlocked PCC for the first time to create a watchtower so I could get a good view of the camp first so I could plan my approach. So I then snuck my way in and recovered the cargo. I did end up getting caught, so I had to shoot my way out of there, but the main thing was I got all the cargo and made it to our next destination. With the main order complete, it once again meant we built a 1-star connection and we were able to connect up this distribution center to the chiral network. And I also got enough likes to get our next trophy. Hey, a life well liked. Receive a total of 2,400 or more likes for completing orders. Sheesh, already? Let's go. It was now on to our next destination. Before that though, we did unlock the blood grenade and the timefall shelter, which meant for sure that we were going into a BT infested area. And I of course was correct, as on the way to the research lab, our next destination, we had to take out some nearby BTs that were affecting the lab. In this briefing, I also learnt about aid requests, which are kind of these small little side missions you can do for NPCs, and for this one we just had to build a timefall shelter nearby. So I stocked up and made sure to bring a PCC with me and headed off to our destination. Along the way I experienced a gate quake, and after this a little pop-up appeared telling me about how I can provide emergency support, which is by fixing structures that have been damaged by natural disasters. Of course this was because there was another player's watchtower nearby that had been damaged, as can be seen by this little yellow icon. So I decided to repair the structure, which only cost a few chiral crystals to do, and as you can probably guess, for doing this the first time, I did get another trophy. Hey, emergency worker. Deliver emergency support for the first time. Let's go. Let's go. I didn't know that was going to be a trophy. Well, I'm glad I did it then. Literally straight after that, I made my way down to the ruins where the BTs were. But before doing so, on the outskirts, I fulfilled the aid request for building a timefall shelter here. And as you can probably guess, for doing this for the first time, I also got another trophy. Or shelter. Hey, helping people to connect. Complete an aid request for the first time. After building the timefall shelter, it now meant that I could leave my backpack behind and go take out these BTs without worrying about my cargo getting affected by the timefall. This was actually quite a useful strategy for taking out areas full of enemies, as you don't have to worry about your cargo taking damage, but I just wish I had remembered this, because after this I pretty much never dropped my backpack for the rest of the game, which was kind of silly on my part.
Are you stupid or something?
Anyway, I then proceeded to use the blood grenades to take out the BTs, which if you didn't know are the creepy dead entity things that roam around this world. And I made sure to do this stealthily, as you do not want to get caught by these guys, or something really bad can happen. So I took out all the BTs, making sure I didn't get too close to them. And then it was time to finish our delivery to the former geophysics research lab. And with that main order complete, once again, we got a 1-star connection and used our Cupid to connect up another location to the chiral network. Following that delivery, we headed down to our private room to get some rest, and once again we are awoken from our sleep, but this time it is from our good friend Deadman, who appeared in the first game, and we were set to meet him at this lab. And he explains to us that the researchers at this lab have been trying to establish contact with the rest of the world, not just the North American continent. They tried to use both aircraft and sea vehicles to make this happen, but unfortunately both failed. However, then something unique happened, as they found a bird that was not native to the region. And so not far from the lab, they actually found a strange anomaly, which they would then go on to call a plate gate. And through further investigation, they found that the plate gate came into existence as we were expanding the network across America. Not only did they find some unique birds, but they also found some unusual marsupials, as you can see, a koala and a kangaroo, which you obviously can't find in Central America, and I'm sure you can see where this is going. To confirm their suspicions, the researchers sent through an autonomous robot, and the soil samples it brought back did indeed match the southern hemisphere. Not long after that, several people actually came through the gate, and they spoke English, so they were able to confirm that they did indeed come from Australia. This meant that the rest of the world outside of America had survived the Death Stranding. And so an expedition was sent to Australia so they could lay the groundwork for a potential chiral network expansion to the continent. For now though, that's enough about the Plategate. Deadman has something more important to talk to us about, but before he can finish, his recording, by the way, not sure if I mentioned, but it is just a recording from him, is interrupted by an alert about a giant BT. So we make our way back up to the surface and prepare some weapons to take on this giant BT. Normally, giant BTs that appear after you are captured by a normal BT, but this one just appeared after a gate quake. And essentially, these things are the bosses of this game, as they are these giant enemies with big health bars that you have to take down whilst dodging their attacks. These giant BTs are a bit of a challenge, but honestly, if you stay patient and make sure you're always on the move, after a bit of a grind, they are pretty easy to take down. It just takes a lot of bullets to bring it down. After defeating the giant BT, we had saved the research lab and we were able to head back. Back in the private room, we were finally able to hear the rest of what Deadman had to say. Turns out he did some research into Lou, who used to be known as BB-28 in the first game, but apparently BB-28 was incinerated 4 years ago, long before we actually met Lou. And as we find out, this BB-28 can't be Lou, as it doesn't have the birthmark that Lou does have. So Lou was assigned BB-28 as well, but according to Deadman, no two units can be the same. So this means the bridge baby we took along our journey in the last game, Lou, was never actually officially recorded in the database. So this begs the question, where did Lou come from? Of course, this is something that we will come to find out over the course of the game, but for now, Deadman tells us not to worry, as this is actually a good thing. Since Lou was never actually an official BB, bridges cannot actually track Lou and ask Sam to return her, meaning Sam can raise Lou in peace. And being the nice guy that he is, Deadman also gives us a little gift for Lou, which is all the vaccinations she will ever need and a nice little toy, all put in this nice BB case. Following that, there's one more thing Deadman wants to share with us, and it turns out that he has a beach after all, despite the fact that he's like Frankenstein's monster, as he's made up of all these different transplanted organs. And with that, he has one final confession and apology to make to us. It turns out that by finding his beach, he discovered he also had dooms, but in his case, it was chiral allergic reaction, and so he was slowly dying and has already actually made his way to his beach, aka the afterlife. So pretty much Deadman is dead. Turns out Fragile was also listening in, and this was news to her as well, but she reassures Sam that Deadman would be happy with all the progress that he has made. And it is now time for us to return home to Lou. And so we head up to the surface, and our next main order is to deliver Deadman's present to Lou. The journey back was also going to be a lot easier, as we had unlocked the Tri-Cruiser, our first vehicle of the game, and thankfully the terrain is actually quite flat here in Mexico, so using the Tri-Cruiser to get back was really easy. On my journey though, I managed to find some lost cargo for the artist, which turned out to be a prepper that we hadn't linked up to the chiral network yet. And so because I found their lost cargo, I was now able to make this delivery to their location. As when you have some lost cargo, the delivery location appears on your map, so I knew where to go to deliver to the artist. Luckily, it was pretty easy to get to the artist. All I had to do was drive up this hill. I had managed to find 4 bits of lost cargo, and it turns out this was enough likes to get 1 full star and almost a second one. And of course, because I had the 1 star, I could now connect up the artist to the chiral network. So throughout the game, you can find these preppers or side locations that you would never actually go to in the main story. But of course, because we're going for the platinum, we actually have to connect up every single location to the chiral network. So if I had the chance along the way, I definitely made sure to try and get at least 1 star at every location before I finished the story. And with each new star connection, you also get some pretty cool rewards, so in my opinion, it was worth it. Following on from that, I headed outside, and here I remembered that there was actually an easy trophy that I could go for right now. Actually, I'm pretty sure. Can we just... Oh, wait. Online aid requests. We can request... Oh, we can't because we're nearby. I think that might be a trophy, actually. Alright, if we try... What do we want? We'll do vertical traversal since it's a hill. There we go. Promising signs. Construct an online aid... Oh my god. Construct an online aid request sign for the first time. Heck yeah. Look at that. Someone help me. Someone provide me with a ladder or a climb anchor, please. Not like I just drove up here in a motorbike. No, I swear. Continuing on, I found some more lost cargo, and this included a brand new shelter where the Bocker lived. So I swiftly made my way there to make the delivery, and luckily one bit of lost cargo was enough to gain a 1-star connection with the Bocker. And this actually ended up being the final facility we had to connect up to the chiral network in Mexico. And as a reward for connecting up the Bocker, I got some better boots. After that, it was finally time to head home. But of course, on the way back, this is where we introduced to the brand new enemies in this game, the ghost mechs. And so of course we have to take them down in order to get through, which actually wasn't too hard, but then a cutscene starts where these ghost mech dogs start to come after us, but a mysterious figure that looks like the ghost mechs appears with a samurai sword and saves us. More enemies show up, but then we get this crazy fight sequence where the samurai dude goes absolutely nuts, taking them all down in a couple of slices. The mysterious warrior then just randomly disappears and we continue on our way. However, not long after leaving, I got a notification on my ring terminal letting me know that there was gunfire detected near our house. So we quickly rush back to the shelter, and upon arrival we find that our shelter has been trashed and Lou and Fragile are nowhere to be seen. So we head outside to see if we can find any trace of where they went, and sure enough we find Fragile's footsteps outside, and so we follow them and eventually find Fragile unconscious in the middle of a clearing. We find her quite severely injured and crying, and Lou is nowhere to be seen. So we take Fragile back to our shelter and patch her up the best we can, and when she awakes we ask her what happened. And so here we get a flashback of exactly what happened to Fragile and Lou, which most of you probably actually saw in the initial announcement trailer of this game. And pretty much Fragile is warned that intruders have been detected, so she uses the cargo elevator to escape. Having avoided the hostiles and outside, she then takes her bike and zooms off. However, before she can make it far, she is shot at from the shelter and she crashes off the bike holding Lou. Fragile attempted to jump both of them out of there, but she didn't have the strength to take Lou with her, and she obviously couldn't leave her behind. And so with a masked person approaching with a gun, in one last ditch effort, she tried to jump just Lou out of there before the mysterious person shot. When Fragile regains consciousness, she sees Lou crying off in the distance, but as she crawls her way there, it seemingly appears that Lou dies. And this brings us to where we found Fragile on the ground, but it is also kind of weird that we didn't see Lou anywhere. Fragile is obviously devastated that she couldn't protect Lou and is so sorry for letting Sam down. And just to confirm what Fragile is saying, Sam sees some baby footprints appear in BT form and head to the BB pod where it starts to glow, and Lou can be seen as a BT inside the BB pod.
Wait, does that mean Lou's dead?
Lou?
Surely not.
What's going on? Can you hear me? Can you see me? You can't. Because you're dead.
What? Lou, can you hear me? Can you see me? Complete episode 1, Sam. What? No, how can it end like that?
And with the end of episode 1, this brings us into episode 2, Lou, which takes place 1 month later. Here we find Sam back at the top of the ridge where we started the game. Of course, this time though, it is without Lou. And as we take control of Sam, we are actually tasked with searching for Lou. And when we arrive, we actually find Lou on the ground. But it very quickly becomes clear that Sam is imagining all of this in his grief. A gun appears in Sam's hand, and it's pretty obvious what he does with this. However, Sam is of course a repatriate, means that he can't actually die, and so he just keeps coming back. So it's quite obvious that Sam is in a very depressed state. At this point, Fragile shows up and she tries to get Sam out of his slump, and so she takes the BB pod and brings Sam outside, where a massive ship appears out of some tar. And Fragile invites us on board to meet her crew and tells Sam that it's time for him to start a new journey and try to move on from what has happened.
It's time for you to hit the road and start a new journey.
Time to start a new journey. Complete episode 2, Lou. What? That's like the quickest episode of all time. What the heck?
With that short episode done, it leads into episode 3, Drawbridge. Following that, we find Sam waking up in his own private room on the ship, which is called the DHV Magellan. Upon leaving our private room, we are greeted by Fragile, who welcomes us to Drawbridge and gives us a tour of the DHV Magellan, which is their mobile base of operations. It's very similar to other facilities in the fact that it has private rooms, armory, and a shower. But the DHV Magellan is also a ship, so Fragile takes us to the bridge. And on the bridge is where we meet the captain of the ship, Tarman. And we learn from him that this ship is pretty much a submarine as we dive into the tar and use it to travel just under the Earth's surface. And that's why everything appears black and white, because whilst we're in the tar, it causes that for some reason. Anyway, Fragile then reveals to us what our mission is. We're headed to the Plate Gate in Mexico so we can head to the destination on the other side, Australia. The UCA has tasked Drawbridge with bringing new regions into the network, including Australia, which is the best hope of saving the world. Which is why, of course, Sam has been recruited, as he is obviously the best at linking places up, as we've seen from experience. Sam then finds Lou's BB pod, and that is when we hear a voice from above us, and so Sam turns around and we see a puppet, who we come to find out is Dollman, a man whose car wound up inside a doll. Sam then turns his attention back to Lou, where Dollman goes to say that pod is empty, but Fragile stops him. And I mean, this is quite an obvious hint, but Sam is most likely imagining Lou inside the BB pod when she's not actually there. But Dollman and Fragile use this to their advantage as they try to convince Sam to go on one more journey with Lou by his side, to link up Australia just like they did with America. And so Sam goes and cleans himself up, ready for this new adventure, including dyeing his hair back to black, which I'm assuming went grey after all the stress he caused his body over that 1 month while he was grieving Lou. And so with a fresh new appearance, Sam gets ready to head outside and start this new journey. Before we leave though, Dollman actually asks Sam if he can accompany him on this journey. Sam of course agrees to this, and in a clear reference to God of War, Sam goes to put Dollman near his buttocks, just like Mimir in the God of War games, but Dollman complains, and so instead, Sam puts him at the front. Just before we head off, Sam plugs his BB pod in, and just like in the first game, we get a vision of someone else's life. And you'll see as we go on, this storyline is very similar to the Clifford Unger one from the first game. Dollman actually comments on seeing the vision too, but Sam tells him not to worry as he is used to it, and Dollman explains what it is to us, which is a bleed through effect of the BB's memories. Anyway, we make our way out of the DHV Magellan, which is near the research lab, and also the Plate Gate, which we start making our way towards. Upon arriving at the Plate Gate, before we can head through, we end up seeing some of those ghost mech guys making their way through first, carrying a coffin. Turns out Dollman doesn't know who they are either, so at this point in time they continue to stay a mystery to us. After they all pass through the Plate Gate, we then go to do the same thing ourselves. Upon making it to the Plate Gate, it appears to be this massive mirror, but we are able to walk right through. A really weird experience happens as we're going through the portal, but then we appear out of the other side like nothing happened. And with that, we were now officially in Australia. We made our way to the Plate Gate terminal and used our Cupid to connect it up to the chiral network. This now meant we had our first strand established in Australia. And this also meant that the DHV Magellan was now able to travel to Australia as well. So from there we headed back to the ship to meet with our crew. And here we meet another brand new character whose name is Charlie. And he is the one who is funding Drawbridge. But for unknown reasons he wants to keep his identity secret, so that is why he appears as this robotic mannequin thing. Sam is of course very hesitant to just trust a faceless mannequin, so Charlie offers to take the voice and face of a friend of Sam's. I tried to choose Deadman, but Charlie actually refuses this one because it seems a little soon since he died. And so my next choice was Die Hardman, who we earlier learnt had gone missing and was no longer the UCA president. This time Charlie actually accepts us using Die Hardman, and so from now on Charlie has Die Hardman's voice and face. And I'm pretty sure you have to choose Die Hardman no matter what anyway, because Charlie is voiced by the same voice actor that voices Die Hard Man. Following that, Charlie then invites us to meet the new president who took over after Die Hard Man. Turns out he is not actually the president of the UCA though, instead he is the president of APAC. And APAC is the corporation that is responsible for APAS. Charlie then disappears and magically the president is behind him. And this is where we officially meet the president. And he essentially tells us what we kind of already know, and that he has brought us on board to reconnect up the entirety of Australia in order to expand the chiral network. But he also reveals that the plate gate that appeared in Mexico that took us to Australia slowly grew over time and appeared as we were reconnecting up America. So their hope is that as we reconnect up Australia, a new plate gate will appear, meaning we can travel to another new continent, potentially allowing us to link up the entire world, making the world closer to what it was pre-Death Stranding. Anyway, with that, he says that he is here to help and offer any support to us, and leaves Charlie in command. And with all that extra information now, Sam officially says he is going to help reconnect up Australia, with the help of the crew of the DHV Magellan. So now it was time to start delivering and reconnecting. And so for our first order, we had to deliver some chiral decontaminators to the government's base. Before leaving for our delivery though, Charlie introduces us to APAS enhancements, which are upgrades you can get for Sam's movement and combat abilities. And you get memory or points to unlock these by connecting up new locations and increasing the star connections as well. For now, I had 135 memory, meaning I was easily able to purchase my first enhancement, and in doing so, I also got a trophy.
APAS and what? So is this like a skill tree? Ah, that's so cool. Porter, combat, stealth, servicemanship. Okay. What does auto connect do? Self-improvement. Activate an APAS enhancement for the first time. Awesome. So auto connect just does like the best ones available. So what do we get? Improved water filtration. You can remove them at any time too. Cool. Looking toward the sky when in compass mode displays the weather forecast for your current location. The forecasts are highly accurate but not infallible. Make sure you don't look directly into the sun. Generate sound waves that are precisely inverse of those made by Sam's footsteps, effectively neutralizing and rendering his movement. It's almost silent. Continue recording analysis. Okay. And improved MP bullets. Boost accuracy and power. Okay. Aim assistance. We can't get that. Scan from a greater distance. Ooh, okay. Ooh, okay. Alright, well, that's cool. They've got a skill tree now. Awesome. With those upgrades, it was now time to make our delivery. During this delivery, I ended up seeing my first wild animal in Australia, which was a little quokka, and these things really are the cutest animal you've ever seen in your life. Anyway, after making my way through some treacherous terrain, I eventually made it to the government's base. And of course, completing this main order resulted in a 1-star connection, meaning we could connect another facility up to the chiral network. Following that main order, we then have the choice between completing another main order or a sub-order, which are kind of the side quests in this game. And anytime a sub-order appeared, I made sure to do it, as this most likely meant another facility was able to be connected to the chiral network. And in this case, the governor from the government's base wanted us to deliver a dismantled rifle to the lone commander who was nearby, which could make him willing to join the chiral network. However, with this delivery, we had to be careful as the cargo was very breakable, meaning it could be easily damaged. And of course, they make this delivery hard as we have to make our way through a BT infested area. And these aren't regular BTs, these are Watcher BTs, which are harder to avoid as they can also see you, not just hear you. So I had to be very careful with the route that I took, but luckily I was stealthy enough to make it through the area without being seen by any of them. Unfortunately though, this suborder was not enough to get a 1-star connection, so we couldn't connect up the lone commander to the chiral network yet. The lone commander doesn't trust us yet, so he asked us to do one more suborder for him and he might reconsider joining the chiral network. And so for this suborder, I had to go back into the BT area and collect some mementos for him. This time around, I did have some close calls as the Watchers almost saw me, but I managed to grab the mementos and escape. And with this delivery done, I now got the 1-star connection I needed, but I also got a 2-star as well, meaning we could definitely connect up the lone commander to the chiral network. Following that, I got another sub order to do, and this one was to recover some equipment from a nearby enemy base and take it back to the government base. So I headed to the enemy camp, took them all down, took the cargo and made the delivery, which got me a 2-star connection with the government base. With those sub orders out of the way, it was now back to the main orders, and for this one we had to liberate the Western Environmental Observatory from the brigands in order to connect it up to the chiral network. Quite literally, the enemies had taken over the observatory, and so upon making it there, I remember that I could use Dollman as a surveillance camera, so I threw him up in the air to scout out the area, which caused the enemies to become suspicious, but I managed to just keep my cover and take them all out in stealth. With that, the elimination delivery was complete, and upon reporting to the observatory, we got a 1-star connection, meaning we could connect it up to the chiral network. With the observatory connected up, I had now unlocked standard orders, which is how we were going to increase our connection with every facility in the game, especially when we got towards the end game. As this was my first standard order, I decided to give it a go, and for this one I simply just had to return to the government's base and deliver some cargo. On the way back, I noticed that some roads had been built after we connected up the observatory, which now meant that I could also start building roads myself by supplying enough materials to these auto pavers. And as I knew from experience in the first game, roads can be quite helpful for getting around quickly, especially when you need to make fast deliveries in the end game. For now though, I just made my way to the government base and completed the delivery, and as a result, I got another trophy. Oh damn it, we only got an A. Standard Porter. Complete a standard order for the first time. Nice. Okay, well at least we got a trophy, I guess. Oh, it was 1% over. God damn it. Well, that's first of many standard orders. Oh, we can do one straight back. Hell yeah. So I decided to do the standard order delivery straight back, but on the way back I decided to go quickly look at one of the auto pavers to see what materials I needed. I did have enough chiral crystals, but I needed some ceramics to finish it off. So I went and completed the standard order, getting me to a 2-star connection with the observatory. I then used the facilities feature of claiming materials and claim some ceramics. Whilst I was here, I also decided to take on the sub order of restoring Smoke Hill Mine, but before heading there I did quickly make my way to the nearby road paver so I could put in the ceramics and build my first road, which of course did get me a trophy. This should be enough to finish it now. Our first road built. Is this a trophy? Surely this is a trophy. Boom, look at that. Nice. Road Restorer. Restore one section of road. Yes, I had a feeling that was a trophy, because I'm pretty sure it was in the first game. Nice. I then continued on with the suborder and made my way to the mine, and these are new additions to Death Stranding 2, as mines allow you to use chiral crystals in order to mine for materials, making it easier to gain larger quantities of materials without having to just find them as lost cargo throughout the world. Instead, you can actually mine for them. And so I used these special alloys that had been given to us as part of the order and restored the mine. This was actually a smaller mine, as later on we would find even bigger ones, but it still produced a decent amount of materials, and this one specifically mined for ceramics, which was very useful for restoring roads. I then reported back to the observatory to complete this order, which got me to a 3-star connection. Then it was time to head to the Magellan, which had arrived just outside the observatory. From the ship, we are able to accept our next main order, where we have to head to another enemy camp and destroy the communications disruptor there, which is stopping us from connecting up our next facility to the chiral network. So once again, I took down another enemy camp, this time not in stealth, as I got spotted pretty early on, so I just went in guns a-blazing. Once all the enemies were down, I hacked into the device, extracting the mysterious recording and destroying it in the process. I then headed to our next facility, which was the musicians, to complete the delivery. And for this main order, we once again got a 1-star connection so we could connect the musician to the chiral network. The musician then had a sub order for us where we had to recover a stolen record collection from a nearby cliff, and this sub order ended up being pretty easy with the right equipment, and for completing it I managed to get a 2-star connection with the musician. For some reason I then decided to do a standard order to the observatory instead of continuing on with the main orders, but I did end up building more of the road along the way, and I did get my first Legend of Legends S ranking for a standard order. I then did a standard order back to the musician, but I only got an A ranking, and with that I finally decided to take on the next main order, which was to investigate the unusual tar currents near West Fort Knott, our next destination. And upon arrival, we quickly found out what the disruption was. It was the mysterious ghost mech enemies, and from the coffin that they were carrying around emerged their leader.
son, sore eyes. Hey, Sam.
Fuck, how you still alive?
Oh, no, I'm just a ghost. Come to take my revenge on you and that bitch Fragile. Of course, there's no point in trying to kill you when you won't stay dead. But there are plenty of other ways to make you suffer.
Lou. No, he was the one that was behind killing Lou.
The kid kicked the bucket, huh? Shame. Goddamn shame.
Oh my god, what an evil man.
Blood in that coffin? Pod? Going on a walkabout? Well, that's touching. Even if you don't know a goddamn thing about Lou.
What are you saying?
Maybe I can't kill you, you won't die, but you can lose everything you love. And torture yourself for the rest of time, knowing that death will never come for you. But I will be damned if I let you link up this continent. Not because extinction's my creed, though, no. No, I want to build a world where fear and violence are king. And who do you think will come out on top, Sam?
What the heck?
You? With your hippy-dippy network? Or me? With my more rough and tumble methods? I can't wait to find out. Just a good old-fashioned boss fight.
Oh my god. What on earth is that thing?
Cruelty or collaboration? The eternal choice. Let's put him to the test.
Shit. I'm sure as many of you would recognize from the first game and the voice, that was indeed Troy Baker and the bad guy of the first game, Higgs, who somehow survived and has come back for his revenge against both Sam and Fragile. And it is pretty clearly revealed that he is the one that killed Lou at the start of the game. As like he says, Sam can't actually die, so he's going to make him suffer in other ways. And he's also going to get in our way of connecting Australia up. And so now we have this boss fight against this gigantic mech, which is pretty much the same as fighting a giant BT, just a different coat of paint. And so after putting a lot of bullets and damage into this thing, it did eventually go down. With that done, it was time to report to West Fort Knott and connect them up to the chiral network. And for a reward, we unlocked the floating carrier, which I think is one of the best gadgets in the game, as it lets you carry extra cargo. We then head back to the Magellan, where we confirm with Fragile that it was Higgs. Fragile then blames herself, saying she should have just finished the job when she had the chance. Sam also wonders what Higgs said about him not knowing anything about Lou, so he asks Fragile to look into Lou's past, as he doesn't really know anything about the BB. Anyway, we still have to continue on with our journey. It's just now we know that Higgs is also going to try and get in our way. Anyway, after having a rest, Tarman wakes us up and lets us know that the Magellan can now travel between facilities, meaning we can fast travel between different locations we've already been. For now though, we just had to continue on with the next main order, which was to restore the monorail system and the mine north of F1, and once that was done, deliver special alloys back to the city. And yes, you did hear me correctly, there are now monorails in this game, which allow you to efficiently deliver materials and cargo between different facilities that are connected to the monorail line. And so I made my way to the mine north of F1, and this is one of the big mines that I was talking about earlier, as these things can produce a lot more materials than the smaller ones, and they are always connected to a monorail, meaning you can easily transport the materials after you mine them. So using some resins and special alloys, I was able to repair the mine and get it working again.
again. And this also restored the last bit of the monorail, meaning it was now connected up to the monorail that was already built, leading back to the city. So all I had to do next was put in some chiral crystals to mine 4,800 special alloys. Then I simply just had to access the delivery terminal and use the monorail and select the destination I wanted to go, which was West Fort Knott, and then load all these special alloys as cargo, and then also hop on board myself so I could quickly travel back to West Fort Knott without having to do anything except put my controller down and literally ride the monorail. So monorails do make deliveries quite boring, but they are a very efficient way of delivering a large load of materials between destinations. And so for completing this main order, as a reward, we unlocked the other vehicle in this game, which is the pickup off-roader, which is a lot slower than the bike, but it allows you to carry a lot more cargo. Following that, I decided to head down to the private room to get some rest, and whilst I was down here, I remembered I could get an easy trophy for changing the screen image that appeared in a facility private room. All I had to do was change it to a photo that I had taken in photo mode.
Yeah, I want to use this one. Confirm. Making it your own. Use a screenshot taken in photo mode to decorate your private room. Nice. I knew that was a trophy.
Following that, I made my way to the Magellan, where Fragile had some news about Lou for us. She pretty much confirms that the original BB-28 was decommissioned 4 years ago, and Lou was assigned the same designation and placed into the storage, replacing the previous BB instead of getting a new serial number. And unfortunately, according to records, Lou's mother also passed away after having Lou. Other than that, she didn't really find out any more, so the question now is who approved the serial number reassignment. In the meantime, we head to our room to rest before our next mission, and upon waking up, it appears that Tarman has left some books for us to read, and if you actually open the first book, you find a picture of Tarman and his son. You then get the option to return the picture to Tarman himself on the bridge, and if you do so, he will tell you his tragic backstory about how he lost his hand and his son. Essentially, the two of them used to study the tar and try to catch the animals that swam in it, to study them and try and figure out information about the Death Stranding. But one day whilst they were out doing this, a really bad storm picked up and his son was dragged overboard by some BTs. To try and save his son, Tarman did use his hand to try and pull his son back on board, but before he knew it, his son was swallowed by the tar and so was his hand. But ever since his son was taken, this tar cat with wings has followed him around since, and he believes that it might be his son reborn, and also his hand is still out there somewhere in the tar, as this allows him to traverse the tar currents and pilot the Magellan. It was pretty cool hearing Tarman's backstory, but for now it was time to move on to our next main order. On the way into the facility though, I noticed that there were some other porters nearby, and I remembered from the first game that you could trade with them. If you dropped a piece of your cargo and they were interested in it, they could give you something that they had in return. So I dropped some boots, and sure enough, one of the porters offered me up something, and this got me a trophy.
Hey. Does that count as a trade? Hey, porters make the world go round. Barter with another porter for the first time. Hey, let's go. I knew that was a trophy. Okay, cool. Alright, well thanks fellas. I'll be on my way.
Anyway, it was now time to take on the next main order, which was to deliver some terraforming equipment to the nearby Rainbow Valley. This delivery included quite a lot of cargo and was heavy, so I used our newly acquired pickup off-roader to take it all to our next destination. Upon arriving in Rainbow Valley and completing this main order, we actually got our next story trophy.
Hey, help us bring Australia into the network. Complete episode 3 Drawbridge. What? I did not expect it to just stop right there. That's interesting.
In doing this, we of course also got ourselves a 1-star connection, meaning we could connect Rainbow Valley to the chiral network. Following that, we were tasked with making our way to the other side of the valley, where we were going to meet a new crew member who was going to join us on the Magellan. I thought this might have been a character from the first game, such as Hartman, but it turns out we were meeting a brand new character. And her intro was really cool, but unfortunately I can't play too much of the song. That's probably about it, sorry. However, we do learn from this intro clip that this person seems to have some sort of healing ability and is able to reverse the effects of timefall. We then follow her inside her facility, and this is where we are properly introduced to her. This is Rainy. And after this quick little introduction, she joins us on the DHV Magellan as a new crew member. And this officially starts episode 4, Raindrops. On the bridge, Rainey is introduced as a good friend of Fragile's that she's known for a while, and it is also quite obvious that she is pregnant. Anyway, we'll find out more about her later, but for now it was time to take on the next main order. And for this one, we actually had to recover a test subject kangaroo and take it to the animal shelter so we could then link that up to the chiral network. And yes, that is right, you can actually capture and deliver animals in this game. And for this order, we actually had a time limit of half an hour to capture the kangaroo and deliver it to the animal shelter. But this delivery gets even harder, as just as we're about to traverse our way through the valley, a firestorm starts, causing a bushfire to begin, meaning we were going to have to fight our way through fire to get to the kangaroo. Thankfully, we were prepared for this, as the reward we got for connecting up Rainbow Valley was a tar cannon, which pretty much acts as a water cannon and is able to extinguish the fires. Luckily, I was able to find a clear path, avoiding all the fires, and eventually I found the kangaroo near a rock. We then use a special animal container to put it in, so then we can put it on our back. Or in this case, on my floating carrier, as I didn't have enough space on my back. Now that I had recovered the kangaroo, all I had to do was deliver it to the animal shelter, and nothing was gonna stop me, not even this fire. Oh!
Did you just drop some cargo, Sam?
What the f- Bro. Are you kidding? Did I-
The animal you were supposed to retrieve has died. You can't complete the order.
What? Bro, what are the chances of that? A freaking meteor fell on my head. What am I meant to do about that? How on what? What am I meant to do? What? That's crazy. So yeah, it turns out a meteor was going to stop me, not the fire. Failing that order was also highly annoying, as I had to restart the entire order from scratch all the way back at Rainbow Valley. To be fair, I did know where I was going this time, so I only took about 3 minutes to get back to the kangaroo. For some reason, I did decide to take a very similar path to last time, but luckily this time, no meteor fell on my head. And not long after that, I made it to the safety of the animal shelter. Upon delivering the kangaroo to the animal shelter, we did indeed connect it up to the chiral network. With the chiral network up and running here, this allowed the DHV Magellan to travel to us, and in this cutscene, we got to learn more about Rainey's abilities, which, as her name suggests, she can bring about rain. And so using her rain abilities, she was able to put out all the fires and restore the valley to the nice green it used to be. Following this, we then get the backstory of Rainey's character told to us by Fragile. And just like Tarman's, it is pretty tragic. Essentially, whenever Rainey stepped outside, timefall would start falling. And so where she used to live, including her parents, used to call her a witch and try to lock her away, as they were obviously scared of the timefall and her abilities. Some of the people where she lived even tried to burn her alive. Eventually, she ran away and enrolled in a special UCA program to become a mother, but even after becoming pregnant, there was still no one willing to take her in. So she was pretty much an outcast and was prepared to do you know what. But thankfully, Fragile intervened just in time, as she had heard about Rainey's powers and thought that they could be put to good use. So Fragile offers her to come work for her, as she believes that Rainey's powers can save the world. As we find out in the next scene, even though Rainey brings about timefall, the timefall that is in close proximity to her actually has the reverse effects and can reverse the aging, as Fragile's hands go back to what they used to be before Higgs exposed them to the rainfall in the first game. So essentially, Rainey heals Fragile. And so that is how Rainey became friends with Fragile and joined the crew. Back to the present, we make our way back to the Magellan. This is where Fragile explicitly tells us about Rainey's powers and how timefall falls when she's outside, but within a 1.5 meter radius of her, she is able to heal things using the rain, and it is called Core Fall, which counteracts timefall's effects. And we also come to find out that even though she is pregnant, the baby is actually stuck at 7 months, which is known as still baby syndrome, which is actually what quite a lot of mothers are dealing with in the Death Stranding world.
Tarman explains to us that essentially the baby is healthy, it just for some reason stops growing, and the mother is just stuck pregnant. And they haven't found a way to fix this yet. Charlie then tells us that the hope is that by us expanding the chiral network will help solve some of these issues, as it will rebalance the world and the beach. Anyway, now that we knew the backstory of Rainy, it was time to move on to the next order, which was actually back at West Fort Knott. So I used the DHV Magellan's fast travel feature to go pick the next main order up, which required us to make a delivery to the Northern Environmental Observatory. This was once again another big order, so I had to use the pickup off-roader to carry it all, but this also allowed me to bring extra materials with me so I could start reconstructing more of the roads. I also managed to fully take out a brigand camp on the way as well. Shortly after that, I made it to the Northern Environmental Observatory and completed the main order, which actually popped our next story trophy.
I'm glad we asked you.
Hey, we'll show you the world We'll show the world the hope in your reign. We'll show the world the hope in your reign. Complete episode 4 Raindrops. Goddamn, why did I struggle to say that? We of course also got a 1-star connection, meaning we could connect this observatory up to the chiral network. Following that, we get a call from Tarman telling us he has found a location where the tar currents are being sent into chaos, and it has some very high chiralium levels, so he's asked us to go check it out. Luckily, it's only a couple of 100 meters away from where we are, but when we arrive at the anomaly, we are confronted with a giant wall of tar. And upon closer inspection, Sam is grabbed by some BTs and dragged into the tar. In the next cutscene, we find ourselves in a completely different place, and this is, like I mentioned earlier, where the similarities to the first game come into play, as just like the Clifford Unger storyline, we now have a new mysterious man that we follow into these otherworldly places. He's also the one that we keep getting visions from when we connect our BB pod. Anyway, this first location that he has pulled us to is some sort of Mexican town, and holy, can I just say the graphics in this part are insane. And of course, this also leads us into the next episode, episode 5, Conflagration. Damn, look at all the particles on the screen and the game's still running this well. Holy crap. Look at that, bro. Oh my god, that is so pretty. How can this game run with that on the screen? That is crazy. Find the mysterious man. These parts of the story are always very linear, as you can really only go one direction, so you just follow the main path, mainly fighting off these ghost-like soldiers, until eventually you make it to a bigger open area where the strange man appears, and then you have a boss fight against him. With these boss fights, he always spawns in with a bunch of his goons around him, and they're pretty easy to take out, and then once you do, you can kind of focus on the strange man himself, as he takes a lot more bullets to take down. Once you deal enough damage to him, he will then teleport to another part of the map, and you have to repeat this process over and over again by taking out his soldiers and then taking him out. Whilst this is all going on, you can scavenge the map for more weapons if you start running out of ammo. And so after repeating this process about 5 times, you eventually defeat him for good. However, upon approaching him, he just mutters the words Nirvana. He then appears to die, and then all of a sudden combust, sending Sam flying backwards. He is then gone with no trace left of him, but instead we find an actual living person stuck under a bit of debris nearby. But upon trying to help her, Sam once again gets hit by an explosive blast and falls unconscious. When we wake up, we're back in the real world, and we find the living girl we saw in the strange realm back in the real world with us, but she is inside some sort of golden cocoon. So Sam picks her up to take her back to the Magellan, and with that we actually get our next story trophy. Escape the strange realm. Did he say Nirvana? Complete episode 5, Conflagration. Okay, so there's going to be episodes just like in the first game, what was his name? Clifford Unger? I think this guy's going to be the equivalent to that, eh? This leads us into episode 6, Chrysalis. We then see Tarman and Fragile trying to extract the girl from her cocoon whilst keeping her alive. We then cut back to Sam later on, and Fragile tells him to come and see the progress they've made with her, so we head to the room next door. Upon arrival, we do find her floating in the air due to a lot of chiralium coursing through her, but other than that, she is actually in perfectly healthy condition. However, they do find that she has a chiral rash, which makes them think
that she also suffers from dooms, just like Sam, and might have powers. For now, we don't really know anything about her except for the fact that she came from that strange realm, and Fragile has decided to name her because as far as she could tell, she didn't actually have a name, so Fragile called her Tomorrow. Anyway, whilst Tomorrow was recovering, we still had some orders to complete, and the first thing we were tasked with was taking down a nearby brigand camp, as due to the massive tar fall that we experienced earlier, a bunch of new weapons and cargo were spread across the landscape, and the brigands took some of them, meaning they now had some more powerful weapons, and we had to take them out before they caused any more trouble. Turns out this was the brigand camp that I had actually taken down earlier on our way to the observatory, but I guess because of this mission, most of them had all spawned back in, so I had to take them all out once again. I then recovered all the weapons and bombs and made my way back to the observatory. Upon completing this main order, this did get us to a 2-star connection with the observatory, and I also got a nice miscellaneous trophy that had been building up over the course of the game. Oh, heavy lifter. Deliver cargo weighing a total of 2 tons. Oh yeah, total weight of cargo delivered 2,095 kilograms. Nice. Well, that's just like a grindy one. I guess that comes with doing the story anyway. After completing that order, it was time to head back to the DHV Magellan as Tomorrow had gained consciousness. And here we are officially introduced to Tomorrow, who is played by Elle Fanning. But we don't really learn much about her as Rainy and Fragile are trying to get her acclimated to this world, as she seems like she doesn't really know what is going on. So we go get some rest in the meantime. Upon waking up, we head back to the Northern Observatory to begin our next main order, which is to deliver some necrobiotes to the F2 South Distribution Center. This delivery was pretty easy. I just had to avoid some BTs along the way and make sure this cargo didn't stay submerged in water too long. And so, of course, for completing this main order, we did get a 1-star connection, meaning we could connect up this distro center to the chiral network. Once again, following that, we made our way back to the Magellan, and on board we find that Tomorrow is finally opening up as Rainy is singing the same song that she was introduced to, Raindrops Keep Falling on My Head. Sam joins in on this singing for a little bit before heading for a rest. Once again, after our rest, we headed back to the distro center and picked up our next main order, which was actually to make a delivery back to West Fort Knot. However, this allowed me to plan out a route to finish building the rest of the monorail line between the mine and the distro center. So I made sure to claim the materials that I needed from the distro center and pack them onto an off-roader so I could deliver the materials and build the monorail. Luckily, there was only 2 that I actually had to restore. This now meant that I could not only travel from West Fort Knot to the mine, but then also to the distribution center as well. And now, since I had made my way to the mine, I could finish off this order by just hopping on the monorail and riding it all the way to West Fort Knot. Completing this order got us a 3-star connection with West Fort Knot, unlocking the floating carrier level 2, which was such a good item as it allowed me to carry even more cargo on a floating carrier. We then had to head back to the distro center to pick up our next main order, but before leaving, I decided on my way back that I would try and do a standard order to the animal shelter. The reason I also did this was I noticed that I had some lost cargo to the inventor, who I had not discovered yet. But now that I had his lost cargo, I could see that he was situated on an island underneath the monorail line. So what I did is hop on the monorail and head to the South Distro Center, but as I neared the inventor's island, you have the option to jump down from the monorail, so that's exactly what I did. And this actually allowed me to complete the delivery quite easily, and thankfully I delivered enough lost cargo to get a 1-star connection and actually bring the inventor onto the chiral network, ticking off another side facility off our list. It was then time to continue on with the standard order that I had going, but first I had to find a way off the island as it was surrounded by tar. Now what you're meant to do is scan the tar and find the shallow parts as marked by the yellow dots, but for some reason I didn't notice this and I thought I could just walk across the tar where the red dots were and hope that I made it all the way to the other side in time before I sunk. To be fair, I actually made it further than I thought I would, and I was actually really close to touching the yellow shallow bit, but I literally sunk just before making it. This does result in Sam dying, but obviously we are able to repatriate, but it spawned me all the way back at West Fort Knot. Luckily, my progress with the inventor had saved, so I didn't have to make the delivery there again, but now I had to make my way all the way back near there to pick up the cargo for the standard order to the animal shelter. Thankfully, I could also just catch the monorail to the mine, saving me a lot of time, but at the same time, I still had wasted my time because of the silly death. Anyways, I picked up the cargo and made my way to the animal shelter to complete the order. I then noticed there was a standard order from the animal shelter to Rainy's shelter, which I was confused about as Rainy was now on the Magellan with us, so I decided to complete this order to find out who was at her shelter. And honestly, I should have known by the fact that we were delivering bird feed, but apparently it was Rainy's lorikeets that had put through the order. Somehow, don't ask me to explain. So that solved that little mystery. Following that, I made my way back to the animal shelter so I could use the Magellan to fast travel back to the distro center. But on the way back, I encountered my first wild kangaroo, not a part of a main story mission. And because we were on our way to the animal shelter, I decided to capture it and take it back to the shelter. And so upon delivering this rescued kangaroo, I got myself a trophy. A creature comforter. Deliver a wild animal to the animal shelter for the first time. Animals required to complete orders do not count. Oh, okay, that's so cool. So it was our first, like, just wild one. I didn't even realize that was a trophy. And literally 30 seconds later, as my stats were coming up, I got another trophy. Ooh, long distance lugger. Reach a total distance traveled of 80 kilometers upon completion of an order. Oh my god, I just skipped it. No, I can't see. It must... I'll have to check it next time. As you can see when I go back and pause it, it says total distance traveled 80.9 kilometers. So again, another trophy that you just get for playing the game. Anyway, following that, I got back on board the Magellan to fast travel to the distro center. I then took on our next main order, which was actually a rescue mission, as we had to rescue someone from the armed survivalists and take them to the Dowsers shelter. So I made sure to stock up on plenty of weapons in case things went sideways, which it of course did. And these enemies were actually kind of tough as they had increased armor, but thanks to all the weapons I had, I was able to take them out fairly easily. Luckily, the man we came to rescue was still alive, he was just unconscious, so we got him into a body bag so we could transport him to the Dowsers shelter. Before leaving, I even found enough materials at the base to complete a road that ran straight through the middle of the base. Anyway, on the way to the Dowser, I had to traverse some pretty big hills, but eventually I made it. And so of course, upon returning the Dowser's friend, we did indeed get a 1-star connection, meaning we could connect up the Dowser to the chiral network. And for doing so, we unlocked the PCC level 2, meaning we could now build even more structures, including the zipline, which is by far the best structure in the game, especially for completing all the cleanup and grind towards the end of the game for the platinum. Anyway, we once again made our way back to the Magellan to have a rest, and to see the progress that Tomorrow is making, which we find that she is actually trying to leave the ship, but Fragile and Rainy don't think she is ready for this yet, and when Rainy gives her an apple, she somehow causes it to rot away. So for now, they continue to help her try and control her powers, and prepare herself to go outside. Following a little nap, Sam heads up to the bridge to have a discussion with the crew, who are debating whether or not they should return Tomorrow to where she came from, as the Tarfall is still active and they think she might be able to use it to head back home. Of course, Tomorrow ends up sneaking close by and listening in on this whole conversation about her. In the end, Sam is the deciding vote, and he decides to keep Tomorrow around here to look after her, as the place they saved her from is filled with the dead and wouldn't be a very nice place to live. Fragile then makes it official and says that Tomorrow is staying for now. Hearing this, Tomorrow then leaves. Sam then heads back to his private room before hearing a noise outside in the hall. We then get contacted by Fragile, who tells us that she can't find Tomorrow and that she must have left the Magellan at some point. So we have to head outside and track her down to make sure she doesn't get into any danger. So we head to the surface and take on our next main order, which is to search for Tomorrow. However, Tarman warns that there are hostiles in the area and that we should take weapons with us just in case. We then head out, and using our Odradek scanner, we are able to find Tomorrow's footsteps and follow them. After following them for a little bit, we find that Tomorrow has actually even made her own structures. After following her footsteps for another good 5 minutes, we actually make it all the way back to where we first encountered the Tarfall, and we find her raincoat sitting on the floor. This then triggers a cutscene where a bunch of ghost mech enemies appear from the tar. We are then tasked with defeating them, and I'm not gonna lie, these enemies were tough. Eventually we do defeat them all and head back to Rainy's jacket, but this triggers another cutscene where even more of the enemies spawn in. But just as Sam looks as if he's going to get overwhelmed, Tomorrow appears behind the enemy and takes them out with her hand. Sam and Tomorrow then start to get surrounded by more of these mech enemies, and so Tomorrow takes her shoes off, ties her hair up in a bun, and decides to get serious, as she then also disappears into the tar, and then reappears, covered in tar, using her abilities to take out the ghost mechs. She slowly realizes the power that she has, and now with her newfound confidence, she goes absolutely crazy, taking out the rest of the mech enemies with no trouble at all. And it's just another crazy fight scene you wouldn't expect to see in Death Stranding. Actually, I take that back. You would definitely expect to see this in Death Stranding because that's just how crazy and insane this game is. Anyway, Tomorrow takes out all the enemies very easily, and Sam tells her thank you for saving him. Sam then asks Tomorrow if she was trying to head back home to see any family or friends she had there, but Tomorrow just replies with I don't know. So Sam tells her that she should stay in this world with the living. Sam asks her if she wants to stay with them on the DHV Magellan, but she says how she saw everyone fighting because of her, and that's what she's worried about. But Dollman and Sam reassure her that they are just worried about her and want what's best for her. And so with that, the two return to the Magellan, and Tomorrow is now officially a part of the crew again. Now that we had found Tomorrow, it was time to return back to the Dowser and start our next main order. For this next main order, we had to deliver some tar magnetite to Heartman's lab, meaning yes, we were going to have a reunion with Heartman himself, and he was set to also join the crew of the Magellan. So I began the order and made sure to bring plenty of PCC level 2's with me so I could start making zip lines. Zip lines make traveling around the world so much easier and more efficient, and these were essential for when we had to grind deliveries later on in the game, as it boosts up the speed of deliveries tenfold. More on ziplines later, but for now I made my way to Heartman's lab and completed the delivery, resulting in our next story trophy.
To our little family. Complete episode 6. Chrysalis. Yes, okay, cool. Another episode done.
Unexpectedly, directly after that one, I got another trophy.
A porter at peak popularity. Receive a total of 50,000 or more likes for completing orders. Damn, okay, I got another trophy. What the heck? I just started recording again.
So once again, it was another trophy that you get just for playing the game. And also now with the 1-star connection, I was able to connect Heartman's lab to the chiral network. It was then time to enter inside and have our reunion with Heartman. As we come to find out, Heartman is of course no longer restricted to his lab in the UCA, as thanks to this new support unit that he designed, anytime that his heart stops, the unit catches him, making sure he doesn't fall. If you don't know from the first game, every 21 minutes Heartman's heart stops and he essentially dies and heads to the beach. He then has an automatic defibrillator that restarts his heart after 3 minutes. But in those 3 minutes while he's at the beach, he is able to traverse it and gain data and information mapping out the beach. He was also able to collect water samples from the various beaches he visited, and he collected these samples for a collaborator he was working with, who turns out to be in a hidden room behind the wall. And we come to find out through the likes that she gives us, she is the hydrologist. And so because she's here to look after the lab, Heartman is able to join us on the DHV Magellan. Before leaving to join Heartman on the Magellan, I decided to have a look through the window in the wall, and we actually get a good look at the hydrologist's face before she for some reason decides to vomit straight at us, and we get out of the way just in time. Later on we would actually come to find out that she has the same condition as Heartman, but instead of dying every 21 minutes, she actually vomits every 21 minutes, which would honestly be the worst thing, I reckon. Anyway, we then make our way to the bridge of the Magellan. Once on board, Heartman tells us that him and Fragile have been receiving strange mails seemingly sent by himself, but of course he is not the one sending them. He tells us that this mail included some highly sensitive UCA documents on BBs and the chiral network. Originally, BBs were intended for the sole purpose of sustaining the chiral network as sacrifices. Luckily, the new Cupid model does not require a human catalyst, and bridge babies are no longer used as sacrifices to keep the chiral network going, as Bridget made sure to ban this from happening. However, some bridges researchers ignored the president's warning, and they would smuggle in pregnant women from Mexico to continue with their experiments on bridge babies. And this is where Heartman shows us the mail he was sent,
document, which includes details about 10 bridge babies that were set to be used for sacrifice to lay the foundations for the North American network. However, he was not able to find the location of the 10th bridge baby. So Hartman seems to think that Lou was maybe connected to this bridge baby in some way, as obviously Lou's serial number was changed and was technically meant to be decommissioned. However, Fragile and Hartman haven't found anything yet. Before we are able to find out any more, Hartman goes into cardiac arrest and heads off to the beach for 3 minutes. Anyway, this mystery leads us perfectly into episode 7, Pod. To begin, we head back to Hartman's lab to pick up the next main order, and here Charlie explains to us that the next major site to link up to the Chiral network is East Fort Knott. As originally we were meant to go to North Fort Knott to connect that up first and then East Fort Knott, however North Fort Knott was completely obliterated in a void out. So as a result, in order to get to East Fort Knott, we instead have to connect up a lot of smaller facilities and preppers along the way. And so the first prepper that we're heading to is the Pizza Chef, as he will help us convince the other preppers to join the Chiral network through his pizza. So I started up the delivery, and on the way to the Pizza Chef, I had to make my way through another enemy base, but this time I decided to just drive straight through with my pickup off-roader, as I could not be bothered getting into a fight at this point. And it actually worked, as I made my way to the Pizza Chef and completed the delivery, which resulted in a 1-star connection and another connection to the Chiral network. I was then ready to take on our next main order, but I noticed the Pizza Chef had our next sub order, so I decided to do this first. And this one was a timed order, as we had to deliver some pizza to the architect within 5 minutes so the pizza didn't go cold. Of course, the path to the architect was covered in BT watches, slowing down our progress, as I had to sneak my way past all of them. But because I was also rushing the order, I ended up getting caught by some of the watches, but thankfully I was just able to escape and sprint away off to the architect's shelter. But this did cause me to just not make it in time for the 5 minutes. However, I could still complete the delivery, I just wouldn't get as good of a rank. So I got an A instead of an S. But thankfully this was still enough likes to get a 1-star connection and connect the architect up to the Chiral network, ticking off another side facility. I then of course had to return to the Pizza Chef for the next main order, but the architect did actually have a delivery to the Pizza Chef just as a standard order, so I decided to do this on my way back. And for completing this delivery, I almost got the Pizza Chef to a 2-star connection. It was then time to take on our next main order, which was once again to deliver a hot pizza, this time to the data scientist, and within 10 minutes. And this delivery was a lot easier, as I only had a few chiral creatures slowing me down along the way. However, as I approached the data scientist base, they did have traps set up, and I ended up getting hit by some underground explosive, which did cause some damage to my cargo, but I now knew to try and avoid these traps, and I was able to make the delivery with like 3 minutes to spare. And as a result, we got a 1-star connection, meaning another prepper was added to the Chiral network. Following that, we of course headed back to the Magellan for another rest. On board, we find that Fragile is working with Tomorrow to get better at controlling her powers, but she still has a bit of learning to do. After our rest, it was of course time to pick up our next main order at the data scientist terminal, and for this delivery we had to recover an old BB pod from a nearby armed survivalist base and then take it to the Motherhood. Once again, I tried to take down this enemy base using stealth, and I was actually successful as I took down every enemy without being seen once, even using a new silent assault rifle that I had just unlocked to take down the final 2 enemies from afar. This made collecting the cargo very easy, and then all I had to do was drive my pickup off-roader all the way to the Motherhood, which was in the middle of the desert. However, upon arrival at the Motherhood, I found out that we needed a 4-digit code to enter, which Charlie had mentioned earlier, but I completely forgot, so I assumed that we had to put in our birth date, as we had to enter this at the very start of the game, and it came up in the top right saying that my gameplay recording had been stopped. I knew that it was probably some sort of personal information, so I put in my birth date, which is the 21st of the 5th, but it didn't work, so I was very confused. So I even checked the BB pod to make sure that there wasn't some sort of code on that, and I searched around outside to see if there were any clues. And so as a last resort, I went into the corpus to look at the databank to see if there was anything about the Motherhood that would tell us the code, and sure enough, if you click square, it would reveal the code for you at the bottom. And when I did that, it revealed
called 0521, which is my birthday, but it was in a different format than what I am used to. As you see here in Australia, we put the day first and then the month, so 2105, but I forgot in America, for some reason, they put the month first and then the day. So it was the 5th month and the 21st day, which to me has never made sense because wouldn't you go from small to big, so day, month, year, not for some reason month, day, then year? I don't know, to me it's never made sense. Anyway, rant over. This code allowed me to get into the motherhood. Once inside, I was able to complete the delivery and of course get a 1-star connection, meaning another place linked up to the chiral network. Before leaving though, they asked us to come inside the motherhood where we are held at gunpoint by these 2 bald women before a third one appears and tells them to put their weapons down. And she turns out to be the Doctor, who is played by Deborah Wilson, who I instantly recognize as she has actually been in quite a lot of other video games, but for me I instantly recognized her from Star Wars, Jedi Fallen Order and Survivor, where she plays Sia Junda. Anyway, turns out she has chiral hands, which are literally 2 right hands, which looks so weird. But this also gives her the ability to feel inside physical objects using the beach. This is her Doom's ability, and it actually allows her to remove a BB from a still mother's womb without resorting to invasive surgery. And she can then safely place it in a pod with minimal distress to the baby. And so she then tells us that this place is a safe space for mothers, as she can check on the baby's progress and make sure that still babies are alright. And so, as Sam assumes, you would think this would mean she would be able to treat still baby syndrome like what Rainy's got by taking the baby out of the mother's womb and placing it in a BB pod, as this functions the same as a womb, and letting the baby grow outside of the mother. However, the one time that she did try it, it worked initially, but then after 3 minutes, the baby's heart stopped beating. She tried to quickly get it back into the womb, but unfortunately it was too late, and the still baby passed away. She never found a way to make this possible. All she could do was look at the baby and check on its progress. So word still got around and mothers came here in need of support. However, as word got around, men also found out, evil men who wanted the women, and so they took up arms to defend themselves. So essentially they're asking for our help in defeating these enemies. Turns out the enemies have got a weapons factory nearby that has been pumping out lots of weapons, and so the best way to stop the enemies is by taking out their weapons factory and stopping them from getting any more weapons. And so we need to head back to the Magellan to confirm the location of the factory and take it out. However, as soon as we head outside, Tarman contacts us and lets us know that the Magellan is out of action, as parts of the propulsion system have become clogged with tar. So we need to head all the way back to the South Distribution Center to get some tar dissolvent, and then take it to the Magellan so we can get it out of the tar. And so because we had to travel all the way back there manually, I decided that I would take on some standard orders along the way. So this included the data scientist, Hartman's lab, the architect, and then the distro center last. This is where the game tells you to use transponders, which is a fast travel point that you can build using your PCC. But I thought I'd do this trip manually so then I can get some of these orders done, as I would need to grind my connection with these facilities later on anyway, so may as well start now. As a result, I got a 2-star connection with the data scientist, and I was also able to pick up another order for the architect and the distro center. First, I completed the order at Hartman's lab, getting another 2-star connection. Whilst here, I was able to pick up another order for the distro center, but first I completed the orders for the architect, getting another 2-star connection. And here I was actually able to pick up an order for the nearby observatory, and then also another order for the distro center. And as a result, this got me a 3-star connection with the observatory. And this meant I was able to claim more materials, meaning I could build more roads nearby. And finally, I was able to complete all the orders for the distro center, getting me a whopping 2,000 likes, meaning I got a 2-star connection and almost a 3-star connection. And this is a little taste of the endgame grind, as the most efficient way to increase connection is by stacking orders together and completing orders along the way to each destination, and then at the same time building roads and monorails and creating zip lines to make the delivery routes even faster, so the next time you have to make a delivery to the same destination, you can do it even quicker. Anyway, now that we were back at the distro center, it was time to complete our next main order, which was to deliver the tar dissolvent to the Magellan nearby the Motherhood. As I was planning my route, I noticed that the enemy base where we saved the Dowser's friend earlier had a mine that needed to be restored. So I kept this in mind and claimed some materials from the distro center so I could take the materials there and restore it. Along the way, I managed to restore some more roads as well, and thankfully when I arrived at the enemy base, they hadn't spawned back in yet, so I was easily able to restore the mine without any trouble. As a result, this was the third mine I had restored, and this earned me a trophy. Hey, dig, dig, dig. Restore 3 mines. Finally, we got a trophy. Yeah, so we've done, I guess, 2 smaller ones, and then we've also done a big one as well. With that done, I then made my way all the way to the Motherhood so I could complete the Magellan order, and by completing this order, the Magellan was now free to move around again. And as a result, we had now located the weapons factory, so we were able to pick up our next main order, which was to extract data from the weapons factory, destroy them, and then bring the data back to the Magellan. And so, after traversing my way across the desert and through a sandstorm, we made it to the weapons factory, which was being guarded by more ghost mech enemies. And so, after defeating all of them, I was able to find the room where they were making the weapons and hack into the terminal to get the data and then destroy the weapon fabricators. Of course though, as soon as we're about to head back to the Magellan, a cutscene plays and we find out that Higgs was the one behind this weapons factory, as he is trying to make it as hard as possible for us to complete our mission and connect up Australia to the chiral network. Higgs then takes the BB pod off Sam and he seems to know something just from touching it, and that's when Sam asks him if he was the one that killed Lou, but Higgs just comes back with a cryptic answer saying that Sam needs to find the answers himself. But he warns us that the answers we find may make the pain worse. Anyway, Higgs then goes on to start torturing Sam as revenge because he knows that Sam can't die as he is a repatriate and always comes back, but he can just keep killing him over and over again, locking him into a cycle of endless agony. But Higgs is swiftly interrupted by the giant mech warrior that saved us earlier in the game, and thus proceeds one of the coolest fights in the game, as Higgs wields a weaponized guitar against the warrior with a giant katana. Like, honestly, Kojima comes up with some pretty crazy stuff, but this is just downright awesome, and I would never have thought that it would be so entertaining to watch a fight between someone with a guitar and a mech warrior. In the end, the warrior wins as he cuts Higgs' hand off, along with both of his feet, but Higgs' ghost mechs arrive just in time before the warrior can finish the job, and he escapes back into his coffin. The warrior then leaves without telling us any more information about who he is. Anyway, with that done, it was about time we made our way back to the Magellan and delivered this data. On the way back, I ended up finding an albino kangaroo in the desert, and so I knew I had to capture it and return it to the animal shelter, as I knew there was a trophy for delivering an albino animal for the first time. First though, I did make my way back to the Magellan, and here I had the option to entrust cargo for the albino kangaroo to the animal shelter, and I thought by doing this, it would pop the trophy still, but when I did it, the trophy did not pop. So I thought I had stuffed up, as albino animals are pretty rare, and I thought because I hadn't delivered it straight to the animal shelter, I had missed out on getting the trophy. But as I found out later on, this was not the end of the world. In the meantime, I completed the main order, which meant the Motherhood was now safe, and we could pick up our next main order from their terminal. But before doing this, I noticed some lost cargo outside of the Motherhood, which belonged to the Pioneer, which was a prepper that we had not visited yet. So I picked up the lost cargo, and now I could see where the Pioneer was on the map. So I decided to pay him a visit first. But on the way out from the Motherhood, I noticed that a hot spring had appeared nearby. And these hot springs allow you to bathe in them, and depending which type of hot spring, they have different special effects and boosts that it gives to Sam. And the hot spring also gives you the option to put the bucket on your head, which allows you to fast travel to other hot springs. And the first time that you do this, it takes you back to the hot spring found in Hartman's lab, which the hydrologist has created. Now, I'm not gonna lie, I never really understood the use of this, as it pretty much acts the same way as the transponder, allowing you to fast travel between 2 points, but you don't actually get to take any of your cargo with you. And hot springs you can actually only place in select locations, so it isn't even as useful as transponders anyway, but I guess it's a neat little addition to the game. Anyway, we are then able to access the terminal and speak to the hydrologist, who unlocks us the hot spring digger structure for our PCC level 2,
which allows us to create our own hot springs. She then puts in an aid request for a hot spring nearby that we can try it on, so I decided to head there and give it a try. And sure enough, when I got there and found the exact right location, I was able to place the digger down and create a brand new hot spring. And as you've probably already guessed, for doing this for the first time, I got myself another trophy.
Oh my god. What the heck? Whoa. Spring into life. Dig a hot spring for the first time. Yeah, that's so cool.
I was then able to use this newly formed hot spring to jump back to the previous ones. Each time you dig up a new hot spring, you can return to the hydrologist and complete an order for her, and this unlocks you a new reward. Plus, it actually got me to a 3-star connection with the hydrologist too. For the platinum though, you do not need to find all the hot springs, so I didn't go out of my way to find them all, I just built them if they came up along my journey. Anyway, I used Hartman's lab hot spring to get back to the Motherhood one to pick up where we left off. This meant taking the lost cargo I had found previously to the Pioneer. And as a result, for delivering him this lost cargo, it got me a 1-star connection, connecting him up to the chiral network and ticking off another side facility off the list. He then had a standard order to deliver back to the Motherhood, and that's where I was going, so I decided to do this as well. And in doing so, I got a 2-star connection with the Motherhood. It was then time to pick up our next main order, where we had to recover a coffin similar to Higgs from the nearby armed survivalist base, and then deliver it to the mechanic. Of course, at this point, all the enemies had spawned back in at this base, so I once again had to take them all out. And once that was done, I found the coffin in the back of one of the enemy's pickup trucks, so I was able to just jump in the driver's seat and drive this all the way to the mechanics. And for completing this delivery, it meant once again another 1-star connection and another facility connected up to the chiral network. We also unlocked the coffin board as an item, and this can be actually used as a vehicle by riding on it like a surfboard, as it hovers off the ground and can zoom across any surface, including water. It also had a few other uses as well. As a reward, we also got an instant camera. More on that later though, as for now, I noticed that the mechanic had a sub-order that we could do, where we had to recover some ghost mech cargo from the destroyed weapons factory and take it to the data scientist. I also noticed there was a standard order to the Pioneer as well, so I decided to stop by his facility and get this order done as well. So I used our newly acquired coffin to quickly zoom there and get the delivery done, which resulted in a 2-star connection with the Pioneer. I then made my way to the weapons factory, and although there were no more ghost mechs there, instead BTs had started haunting the place instead. So I had to sneak my way around to get the cargo, and then I escaped on foot and made it back to the data scientist to complete the order. For completing this order, it unlocked me the dog mine, which can be used against human enemies. However, I can't lie, I kind of forgot about this and never really used it. So moving on, I still got a 3-star connection with the data scientist now, and the data scientist ended up having another 2 sub-orders for us to complete. One of them was to recover some empty pizza containers from an enemy base and take it back to the pizza chef, and the other one was to deliver the dog mech that we just rescued back to the animal shelter. So first off, I snuck my way into the enemy base to steal the empty pizza containers, and then made my way to the pizza chef to complete the delivery. However, something really weird happened as I got 1,000 likes and yet the star connection didn't go up at all. And the next thing I knew, the pizza chef's door opened, allowing us to enter into his facility. In his facility, we find weapon fabricators, and then out of nowhere, ghost mech enemies spawn in, meaning I had to pull out my weapon and defeat them. After that, we are then able to open the next door, and inside we find the pizza chef making pizzas. Once he senses that we've entered this room though, he all of a sudden starts attacking us with pizza dough, and another crazy but awesome fight breaks out, this time between the pizza chef and Sam. In the end, the fight ends up stopping because the pizza chef accidentally starts cooking a pizza in the pizza oven, and then he gives it to Sam so he can try it, and then for some reason that's the moment when the pizza chef recognizes us as Sam. And then he tells us to head back up to the delivery terminal upstairs. Once we're back outside, there's just now magically a pizza sign out the front of his facility. Then when we access the terminal, we come to find out that the pizza chef was unwillingly helping the ghost mechs, as he didn't realize they had broken into his facility, and then they imprisoned him and used an imposter to run his business. Except they weren't just normal pizza deliveries, it was a front for smuggling weapons. And so he's thankful that we arrived and stopped them. And in doing so, we freed the trapped pizza chef, getting a trophy. Pizza chef. Hey, so you're the pizza chef. Discover the truth about the pizza chef. Let's go. That's so funny. What a funny side quest. After completing that, now I got a 2-star connection with the pizza chef. And I also unlocked the rubber pizza, which is actually a really good weapon that can be thrown at enemies. Now it was onto the animal shelter, but I decided to take on some standard orders from the pizza chef to the architect and the observatory as they were on the way. As a result, I got to a 3-star connection with the architect, but then I only slightly increased my connection with the observatory, as the higher star connections do require more likes, meaning more delivery. Anyway, whilst I was here, the observatory had a standard order to the animal shelter, which of course is where I was going, so I also picked up this order. And so finally, when I did make it to the animal shelter, something unexpected actually happened. I got the trophy for delivering an albino animal. Rescue kangaroo, rescue koala. Yeah, rare specimen rescuer. Deliver an albino animal to the animal shelter for the first time. Oh, so I entrusted it, but eventually when I come back here, it counts as me doing it. Okay, that's so good to know. Okay, well I did end up getting that trophy. That's awesome. Hell yeah. So thankfully, even though I had entrusted the albino kangaroo earlier, when I actually came back to the animal shelter, it ended up counting as me actually delivering it, so I didn't have to find another albino animal for the trophy. Anyway, it was now time to head back to the Magellan near the mechanic, so I checked if the animal shelter had any standard orders on the way back there, but it didn't, so instead, I headed outside, said hello to the new guard mech dog that we had just dropped off, and then made a transponder, so I could then fast travel back to a safe house that was right next to the mechanic and the Magellan. Back on board the Magellan, we had to have a rest in our private room before we could start the next main order. And as we're sleeping, an intermission starts. But all this is a cutscene where we follow around this bright white creature flying around the ship, going past all the crew members until it arrives at the bridge, where it seems to awake Charlie, and then we hear Fragile's voice.
I'm free, nothing's worrying me.
What's that meant to mean? Obviously this is foreshadowing, but for now, it's time for us to continue on with our next main order. And for this order, we had to go all the way back to West Fort Knott, but luckily, we could just fast travel there in the Magellan. And as we're about to leave the Magellan, we find Fragile, Rainy, and Tomorrow using the Insta camera that we unlocked. And this Insta camera allows you to take photos of the crew aboard the Magellan, which doesn't really add anything gameplay wise, but it is quite cool how realistic these photos come out and the characters' movements. Anyway, I headed into West Fort Knott to pick up the next main order, which required us to deliver all the way from West Fort Knott to East Fort Knott on the other side of the country. Luckily, at this point, I'd built up quite a few roads, so there was somewhat of a clear path there, but there was still a bit of unknown territory I had to pass through towards the end. So I hopped into my pickup off-roader and began the long journey. Along the way, I continued to try and complete more of the highway, and then just as a final hurdle, I had to ditch my pickup off-roader and make my way through a BT infested area. In the end though, this delivery was not too hard, it was just really long.
That's what she said!
And so of course, with completing this delivery, that also meant the end of another episode, getting another trophy. Oh, Sam the Man in the dark about everything. Complete episode 7, Pod.
On top of this, we of course also got a 1-star connection, meaning we could connect East Fort Knott up to the chiral network. Following that, the president tells us that we have now connected more than 50% of the Australian continent to the chiral network, but then we are informed by Tarman that a tar disruption has occurred outside of East Fort Knott, just like the one we faced back at the observatory when we met tomorrow. And this time we enter into the place willingly to find out more. And once again, we are reintroduced to the same guy that we fought earlier, and this leads us into episode 8, Deluge. This time we awake in some sort of canyon, but it seems to be underwater. This water effects causes low gravity, allowing us to jump further in this strange realm. And before long, we end up finding a hospital in this canyon, and so we enter inside. And then the same as last time, we've got a few enemies to fight our way through, until eventually we are dragged into a separate area where we come face to face with the man himself. And so just like last time, we've got a boss fight on our hands. But honestly, there's not much to say about this, as it's essentially the exact same as last time, as we just take out all his goons and then focus all our damage on him until he teleports away to somewhere else on the map, and we follow him and repeat the same process over and over again. This time we do also have to watch out for these weird icicle things that come from the sky that start to freeze you, but they are quite easy to destroy. Anyway, we are eventually able to defeat the mysterious man, and once again a cutscene plays where as he collapses from defeat he says, "Lou, where's Lou?" So somehow this guy knows about Lou. Upon checking his body for clues, we end up finding an ID card for Bridges, but despite Sam also previously working for Bridges, he does not recognize his face. Sam then goes to open the bag that he had with him, but the guy wakes up and tangles with us for a bit before passing out again. And then inside the bag we find a weird looking baby doll that then explodes, which causes Sam to lose consciousness, and then we're back in the real world. Now that we had dealt with the tar fall and the tar currents had calmed down, the Magellan was now able to travel to East Fort Knott. Back on board the Magellan, we are able to do some research into the man's ID card, where we find out that his name is Neil Varner. So Dollman thought he said Nirvana when we first met him, but he was actually saying his name, Neil Varner. Apparently records confirm that he has been dead for some time, and that he also wasn't an actual staff member of Bridges. Instead, he was a porter contracted by Bridges to handle jobs with special requirements, and similar to Sam, he was a doom sufferer, and he was actually quite a good porter, mainly working the Mexican border. However, in truth, he actually transported drugs and other prohibited goods across the border, so he was a smuggler for Bridges, and his ID card allowed him to get into certain Bridges buildings, mainly those dedicated to BB experiments and a few medical facilities, including the building that Sam used to go to for counseling, which is the same area that was obliterated by a void out 11 years ago where Neil Varner died, and Sam was fortunate enough to come out alive because he is a repatriate. So the records indicate that Sam and Neil used to frequent the same counseling facility around the same time, and yet surprisingly Sam never recalls actually seeing him. Anyway, that was all we knew for now. In the meantime, it was time to start up our next main order. And for this next main order, it involved delivering to a facility on the massive mountain in the middle of the map for the first time, with this prepper being the chronobiologist. Just like in the first game, the snowy mountain regions are some of the hardest to traverse in the game due to the steep slopes, uneven terrain, and the snowstorms that occur there. But this first delivery to the chronobiologist was pretty easy, as her facility is only located about halfway up the mountain. Of course, for completing this order, we got a 1-star connection and connected the chronobiologist up to the chiral network. It was then back to the Magellan, as Fragile had more information on Neil to share with us. Fragile received another mail from the mysterious person taking Hartman's identity. From this mail, we learned that Neil was attending therapy sessions, and the big revelation is his therapist is a specialist who also worked with other doom sufferers, including Sam. And Sam's therapist was also his partner, Lucy. And they also recovered a photo that quite clearly shows the two together. And as per records, they both perished in the same void out, which Sam survived. On top of that, Lucy was also pregnant at the time, but then Sam straight up tells us that the child wasn't his, and Lucy actually told that straight to his face. so he never actually had any kids. Sam then gets all defensive, saying that she was only ever just his shrink, helping him through his problems, and that's all she ever was to him, which causes Charlie and Fragile to both raise their eyebrows. Anyway, it was then time to head back to the chronobiologist, and she actually had a sub-order for us, and this one was to deliver proof of an attack to the nearby ghost hunter. At the same time, I also decided to take on the main order, which was to collect an emu and then deliver it to the metagenomicist. So first I made my way down the mountain to the ghost hunter's base. However, upon completion of this sub-order, it was actually not enough to get a 1-star connection. Instead, he has another sub-order for us to complete before we can connect him up to the chiral network, and this is to investigate the identity of the headless riders nearby that had been terrorizing people. So I made my way over to the location where this was happening, and upon arrival there were a bunch of crashed bikes around, but nothing seemed to happen when I actually got there. I kind of just ran around in circles for a while trying to figure out what to do, until eventually Dollman chips in and says that maybe we should recreate how the previous attacks happened, which was when people were driving the tri-bikes on the road at night. So I had to go get a tri-bike and return here at night time. Luckily, someone had built a safe house literally right next to this road, so I was able to enter it and take out a tri-bike. Then I made my way over to the nearby road terminal, and sure enough, as soon as I did that, something started happening. It appeared as if the terminal had been hacked, and it actually started creating its own road floating in the sky. We were taken up with it, and now we were trapped high in the sky on this road, and that's when the headless riders appeared, which were literally just these motorbikes with no one driving them. They were just sentient on their own. As we would come to find out, they were just another variation of ghost mech enemies. And this is when Death Stranding 2 turns into a fast-paced motorbike chase fight scene, as we have to take out all the headless riders by shooting at them whilst driving our own bike. And this is actually somewhat harder than it looked, as if you've played other games where you have to drive and shoot at the same time, maybe like GTA, you know how hard it can be to try and control where you are going and also be aiming at enemies and hitting them successfully to take them out. But luckily, Death Stranding 2 does have a good bit of aim assist, and this definitely saved my ass as I was getting pretty low on health, as it seemed to just be a continuous wave of these enemies. Eventually, after what seemed like forever, but probably wasn't actually that long, I got down to the final few headless riders, took them out, and this popped a trophy for completing this side mission.
Hey, the Headless Riders Unmasked. Solve the riddle of the Headless Riders. Oh my god, that was actually really cool. What a fun side quest.
Once all the headless riders were defeated, the highway just disappeared and we fell back down to earth. This also meant the road terminal was back to normal and we could now actually build a proper highway here. I then had to make my way back to the ghost hunter to officially complete the mission. By completing this delivery, I actually got enough likes to not only get a 1-star connection, but a 2-star one as well, and I could connect the ghost hunter up to the chiral network. Next, it was time to continue on with our orders, but the ghost hunter actually had a standard order to the pizza chef, which was on the way, so I decided to stop by and complete this. But first I had to capture the timefall resistant emu we needed for our main order, and this was actually kind of difficult as I had to chase him for a while before I was able to actually capture him. But once that was done, I was able to deliver the standard order to the pizza chef, which got me to a 3-star connection. Then all I had to do was make my way to the metagenomicist, but of course this wasn't going to be that simple, as along the way a giant BT showed up. And this was a new type of giant BT, as it was this massive hand-like thing, but of course, just like other giant BTs, it was a massive bullet sponge. Luckily, I was quite prepared with a lot of weapons, and after a few minutes I was able to take it down with relative ease. Following that minor inconvenience, it was time to make our delivery to the metagenomicist. Unfortunately, the cargo had taken quite a lot of damage due to the giant BT fight, so we didn't get a very good grade, but because it was a main order, it was still good enough to get a 1-star connection, meaning we could connect the metagenomicist to the chiral network. And for doing so, as a reward, we unlocked the EX capture grenade, which then allows you to capture giant BTs as if they were a Pokemon. I know, right? Crazy. This was going to come in very handy very soon, but first I actually fast traveled back to Hartman's lab as I had built another hot spring, meaning I had completed another order for the hydrologist. And this ended up getting me to a 4-star connection with Hartman's lab, very close to our first 5-star connection. After that, I then fast traveled back to the metagenomicist, who actually had a sub order for us to complete, which was to deliver the emu we rescued earlier to the animal shelter. Of course, being a sub-order, I decided to complete this straight away. And for doing so, this also got me to a 4-star connection with the animal shelter. And then instead of fast traveling back to the metagenomicist, the animal shelter actually had a standard order there, so I decided to do this instead. However, this cargo was quite fragile, and literally at the final second before I delivered it, I accidentally crashed my off-roader into some rocks, which destroyed the cargo, meaning I couldn't even complete the delivery anyway. So I quickly just moved on from that fail and took on the next main order, which was to deliver some microbes to the F5 East Distribution Center. And this delivery route required us to go along the shores of the giant tar lake in the middle of the country, which of course had BT infested areas along its shores. Of course though, these weren't just any normal BT infested areas, as once again they were giant BT areas, as a massive octopus-like one spawned in on us. However, this was the perfect opportunity to use our brand new EX capture grenades, but first I had to get the giant BT to a low enough health, just like in Pokemon, and you could tell this by when the health bar went from yellow to red. Then I just had to aim for the mouth or head, and the next trophy was mine.
Take one of your EX capture grenades.
BT's best friend. Capture a large BT for the first time. Oh my god, so I had to wait till the health was red. Damn, I'm so silly. Okay. That is another trophy. We're playing Pokemon out here, apparently. So now we can use this to, like, fight for us. What now do we have, like, the white... Are we holding the crystal? How do we actually, like, use it, though? I do not know. Oh well, I guess we'll find out. And I would indeed find out very soon, as a few minutes later, further up the shore, we ran into some more giant BTs. And this giant BT was actually multiple of these smaller lion-like creatures. But this is where the game tells you that you can access your captured BTs through the weapon wheel. And so it turns out I had captured an octopoid, meaning I could now summon it in to help us fight off these giant BTs. It does cost chiral crystals to summon in your captured BTs, but it is so worth it, as it makes taking down other giant BTs so much easier, as they do so much damage, and also the giant BTs focus on them instead of you, meaning you have open shots to deal even more damage to the giant BTs when they aren't looking. The summoned BT does only stick around for a limited amount of time, but by that point the damage has already been done, and the giant BTs are pretty much always defeated. Now that I had access to summoned BTs, this was going to make all future giant BT fights so much easier. And the good thing is, even though it costs a lot of chiral crystals to summon in BTs, you pretty much get your chiral crystals back and more whenever you defeat a giant BT. So it's worth summoning them every time. Anyway, with that done, it was now time to finally finish off the delivery to the F5 East Distribution Center. Of course, for completing this main order, we did indeed get a 1-star connection, meaning we could connect the distro center up to the chiral network. It was then time to return to the Magellan to get some rest, but before doing that, the distro center actually had a sub order for us to complete, which was to deliver some stranded ship cargo to the fishermen. First, I had to recover the ship cargo from the shore, and then I noticed that some buildings had arisen from the tar lake, meaning the tar was actually shallow enough to cross, so I decided to try and cut across the lake to get to the fishermen quicker. And normally when buildings arise from the tar, this means a giant BT is nearby, so I honestly thought something was going to happen, as I knew there was a trophy relating to the giant tar lake in some way, but despite making my way across this whole area, nothing ever actually happened. Instead, it was a colossal waste of time, as it took forever to cross the tar lake as you move very slow in the tar, and instead I should have just made my way around the shore. Eventually, I did make it back to the shore, and this time I didn't make the same mistake, as I followed the shore all the way around to the fisherman's facility. I then completed the delivery to get a 1-star connection with the fisherman, meaning I could connect him up to the chiral network, and this was another optional prepper ticked off the list. It was then time to make my way back to the distro center, and luckily the fisherman had a standard order there, so I did this to kill 2 birds with 1 stone, and as a result I ended up getting a 2-star connection with the distro center, and unlocked the absolute boots, which were one of the best boots in the game. Following that, I made my way to the Magellan to have a rest. And after that, it now meant we were able to take on a new main order from the Magellan, which was to destroy another weapons factory run by the ghost mechs nearby. And so just like last time, we made our way to the factory and snuck our way inside, and then we had to hack into each fabricator to get the data and then destroy it afterwards. Of course, being in stealth didn't last very long, and at this factory they had brand new enemy types that we had to go up against, which were these giant ghost mechs that carried the coffins on their back, and they took a lot of bullets to take down. Eventually though, I did destroy all of the fabricators and took down all of the ghost mechs as well, and so I quickly made my way out of there before any more trouble arrived. I then made my way back to the Magellan to deliver the data and complete the order. Tarman then tells us, according to the data we extracted, APAC was likely involved in the production of these ghost mechs. This suggests that possibly APAC and Higgs are working together, and so as Tarman says, if APAC and the President did indeed have a hand in these activities, the security of our operations is entirely compromised, so we have to be careful while we investigate this. Following this, we have another rest in the Magellan before we are able to take on our next main order from the Distro Center, and this one involves us crossing treacherous snowy peaks to deliver a meteorite to the Adventurer. This delivery also provided the perfect opportunity to bring some materials along with me to start rebuilding more of the monorail that was connected to the Distro Center. However, it was quite expensive, so I didn't even have enough materials to restore one of the sections of the monorail, so instead I just had to continue my way to the Adventurer. However, as I was nearing the Adventurer, the container holding the cargo broke, which caused a Volga leak, and you have to use container repair spray to repair the container and stop it from leaking. However, I didn't have any, so the Volga continued to leak, and after a while this will cause Sam to pass out. So at this point I was just sprinting to make it to the Adventurer's place in time. But of course, just my luck, mere meters away from the Adventurer's door, the Volga got to me and Sam collapsed, meaning I had failed the order. And so this took me back to the last checkpoint that I had saved, and this was near the monorail that I had tried to restore, which was quite annoying as I still could not make any container repair spray here, so the only way for me to make it to the Adventurer was to just try and get there quicker this time and make a straight beeline for it, knowing that I had a limited amount of time to get there. And thankfully this time around I was able to make it to the Adventurer's shelter before the container broke, meaning no Volga leaks this time. To my surprise though, for completing this order we didn't actually get a 1-star connection with the Adventurer, instead we were very close to getting it. This is because the guy here at this facility can't make the decision to connect to the chiral network as he wants to wait for his father, but his father has gone for a trip up the mountain and then he lost contact with him, and so of course our next main order is to rescue his father and bring him back. And so I took on the order from the terminal, which was to rescue the Adventurer from the snowy mountains. And this was our first true test of climbing high into the mountains, as visibility becomes low and the snow is so steep that sometimes you have to crawl up the mountain, and it's also difficult as your battery starts to run low, meaning your equipment dies, taking a heavier toll on your stamina. Despite this, I did eventually make my way to where the Adventurer was, where we found him alive but unconscious on the side of the mountain with lots of snow covering him, so we quickly had to transport him back to the facility to get him warm again. And thankfully it's a lot easier to make your way down the mountain and a lot quicker as well. And so in no time we had returned the Adventurer to his home, and it turns out the Adventurer was actually the same guy that we rescued earlier in the game for the Dowser. So it turns out that this guy is just very prone to going out on adventures and then needing to be rescued. Anyway, for completing this rescue mission, this did indeed get us to a 1-star connection, so we could connect the Adventurer up to the chiral network. This also unlocked us the climbing power gloves, which are so good as they allow you to pick up cargo from far away, and also makes climbing easier too. Following that, of course, it was time to head back to the Magellan, and as soon as I entered, I ended up getting the next story trophy. Hey, his name is Neil. Neil Varna. Complete episode 8, Deluge. Nice.
Following that, Sam goes off to sleep, and whilst he is sleeping, Heartman creepily comes up and spies on him through the slit in the door, which causes Sam to wake up. Sam and Dollman then go to investigate and find Heartman alone in the garage, accessing some files, but as Sam gets closer, he realizes that Heartman is actually currently dead and on the beach, and instead we hear the voice of Deadman. And so Deadman explains to us that while Heartman is off conducting his near-death excursions on the beach, Deadman is able to take control of his body, as normally his soul is confined to the beach since he passed, but for the 3 minutes whilst Heartman isn't here, he can control his body. And it is possible as Heartman carries around Deadman's heart in his suitcase, which Deadman had given to Heartman as a parting gift, as Heartman's heart is starting to fail, so Deadman's was a backup if that ever happened. But turns out Heartman had become quite attached to it and was already using it a bit, and so this has allowed Deadman to assume control of his body. And so Sam and Deadman are able to have a nice reunion. And then he tells us that he was the one that falsified the records of Lou the whole time, as he didn't want to leave any trace of a second BB-28 or of Lou, meaning Sam and Lou could live free lives. He then goes on to reveal that he was the one who dug up information about Lou's past, as he is still able to access these servers from the beach. And that's why all of this information that we received apparently came from Heartman, because the whole time Deadman was using his body. Before he can tell us any more though, Heartman's 3 minutes ends and he comes back to life, wondering why Sam is here holding him. Dollman then offers to explain to Heartman what happened, so we don't have to hear it a second time. And this leads us into episode 9, Puppets. In the theme of puppets, at the start of this chapter we get the opportunity from Dollman to learn how he came to be in this state. He explains to us that his wife used to be a nurse in an isolation ward, which one day got hit by a tar tsunami, and as a result there were no survivors, including his wife. One day, however, Dollman's daughter was desperate to see her mother again, so they came up with the idea to visit the facility and see if they could find her. Of course, the place was filled with BTs because of all the people that died there, but they still made their way through until they found some flowers with a BT connected to them. Dollman then replaces the flowers with some new ones that his daughter brought along, which makes it seem like that they've done this before, but this time the daughter calls out to her mum, and the BT actually responds to it as it is Dollman's wife. And at first it seems like they are actually getting through to her, as the daughter is playing her favorite song. However, this does not last, and at the end of the day, the mother is now a BT and has no more control, and so they ended up getting caught by all the surrounding BTs. They were swallowed by the tar, but eventually they were coughed back up into the world. However, they had both drowned in the tar, and we see Fragile actually finding their bodies, and just before she's about to leave, she hears a voice, which turns out to be Dollman now in his doll form. At first, Fragile thinks it's the daughter's car that is now in this doll, but Dollman says that his daughter's car is long gone and it's just him now. He explains that she died, but for whatever reason her soul was unable to move on, and it ended up getting stuck in her doll. However, Dollman could not leave his daughter all alone, so he forced her car out with one push, and she was free at last to go where the dead belong, just as Dollman would have done himself had he not gotten stuck in the doll's body. And this is how he came to be in his doll form. And it turns out Fragile was actually looking for him and recruited him for his spirit medium knowledge. And so one day he has the hope that maybe he could break free from this form and be reunited with his daughter. And so now, just like Tarman and Rainy, we now know the tragic story of Dollman. Anyway, it was now time to get back to completing the next main order. And for this one we had to deliver some chiral decontaminators and sedatives from the Adventurer all the way to the Eastern Environmental Observatory, which was at the top of the mountain. Now that we were really traveling high into the mountains, I realized at this point it was best to start using zip lines to save time. As I mentioned earlier, we were going to discuss zip lines more, and here is where I finally realized that zip lines are even better in this game than they were in the first game, as you can actually curve the zip line around obstacles rather than the zip line having to be a straight line in between them. And this made setting up zipline networks so much easier.
Oh my god, wait, you can change the angle of it? That's what I meant by change the angle, that's so cool.
We like curve around the edge. That's sick.
So now that I knew how good ziplines were, I started to build a network of them, as I made my way up the mountain to our next location. Upon arrival at the Eastern Environmental Observatory, I completed the main delivery, and of course, as a result, we did get a 1-star connection, allowing us to connect the observatory up to the chiral network. And with that, the president tells us that we are now at 75% chiral network coverage in Australia. Following that, the president connects to us on a private line, and he tells us that he knows Drawbridge suspects APAC of being involved with the ghost mechs, so he actually conducted his own investigation and has found that APAC's underlying technologies are iterations of the Bridges technology, so that means the guilty party is not APAC but instead Bridges, which is to say that the UCA might have some involvement with the ghost mechs. For now though, we don't know for sure, and so the president will contact us again once he knows more. Continuing on, the observatory actually had a sub order for us to deliver some ghost mech factory cargo to the aeronautical engineer. And so this meant once again we had to travel all the way back down to the ghost mech factory and then head all the way back up the mountain to deliver it to the new aeronautical engineer facility. But heading down the mountain actually wasn't too bad, as I was able to ride my floating carrier to make it quicker. I was then able to retrieve a bike from a nearby safe house to make the rest of the journey even quicker. And similar to the other ghost mech factory, there were no more ghost mechs here, but instead the place was haunted by BTs now. So I had to sneak my way around to retrieve all the cargo. I then returned to my bike, and then I decided to try and use zip lines to get back up the mountain. And that way I would have a zipline network ready for future use. Of course though, as I got closer to the aeronautical engineer, I was outside of the chiral network, so I could no longer build zip lines, so I just had to climb the rest of my way there. And so after a very slow and tedious climb, I did eventually make it to the aeronautical engineer and complete the delivery. And as a result, we were able to get a 1-star connection and connect another side facility up to the chiral network. I then had to head back to the Magellan, which was near the observatory, and the aeronautical engineer had a standard order there, so I decided to complete this first, which almost got us to a 2-star connection. Before heading back to the Magellan, I got tipped off about another hot spring location, so I headed there first and built the hot spring. I then teleported to Hartman's lab so I could complete the order for digging another hot spring, which got us a tiny bit of progress to 5 stars. Finally, following that, I made my way back to the Magellan. On board, we have a well-deserved rest, and whilst we were sleeping, the Magellan actually travelled to the Motherhood as Rainey wanted to go see the Doctor, and the Doctor has also requested to see us. And so as we leave the Magellan, we actually find snow outside, which is very weird considering we're in the middle of the desert. But anyway, we make our way inside the Motherhood, where we find Rainey and the Doctor, and we see the Doctor use her ability to check in on Rainey's baby, where we find out that it is a healthy baby girl and everything is going alright. However, just before the 3 minutes is up, the Doctor quickly has to put the baby back inside Rainey so it does not die. The Doctor then tells Rainey that her child is not dead, it's just that time has stopped in her womb as she's suffering from still baby syndrome. However, her daughter and herself are in perfect health for now. There is no treatment for now, but the Doctor says that when the balance between our world and the beach is finally restored, Rainey will give birth. Now, the reason the Doctor asks for Sam is because she wants to check his BB pod. Using a microscopic camera to get inside the pod, she uses this to find the pod's production number, which is a record of when the occupant was transferred from the still mother's womb, sort of like a BB's date of birth. And so they find out that Lou's date of birth was 11 years ago on the same day as the void out. And not just that, but the serial number is 00, meaning Lou would be one of the first test subjects. Dollman says that if we scour the archives for any mention of BB00, there's a chance we might learn more about Lou's past, but the Doctor says that we should just try and move on, and digging up the past won't help. Of course though, that ain't gonna happen, as I want to know what's going on, so instead we make our way back to the Magellan. Back on board, we find out that Rainey is very relieved that she knows that her baby is alright and that she will be a mother one day. After getting some rest, we are now ready to continue linking up the continent. And so we head up to the bridge so the Magellan can start travelling to our next destination. But of course, because the game is actually showing the Magellan travelling, that must mean something is going to happen. And sure enough, as we're travelling in the tar, the currents start going crazy, and an unidentified object starts approaching the Magellan. And something begins begins pulling the Magellan down. And so Fragile tells Tarman to take evasive action and quickly ascend to the surface, despite the fact that we don't know where we're going to appear. And so with no choice, we rise up to the surface, where upon opening the blast shields, we find ourselves snared inside a massive ghost mech, which of course has been sent by Higgs to stop us. Higgs himself then appears on board the bridge of the Magellan, holding Fragile at guitar point, and he straight up tells us that he is only here to get revenge on Fragile and Sam, and that he doesn't have any quarrel with the rest of the crew, and tells them that they can leave. But of course, our crew aren't going to give us two up, as we are a family now. So he threatens everyone by saying that he's going to kill all of them before getting to Sam. At this point, Tomorrow has had enough, so she confronts Higgs herself, and using her tar powers, she fights with Higgs whilst everyone else is frozen, until eventually she completely shatters Higgs's hands off. And then she also destroys Higgs's face, which reveals that he has just been using a mannequin the whole time to project his face onto, or aka he has been using a ghost mech the entire time. And so with his ghost mech form being heavily damaged, he retreats back into his coffin and tells everyone that they are going down with the ship, as he commands the ghost mech outside to destroy the ship. And so this is where we come in as Sam, as we head outside of the ship to take on the giant ghost mech. Luckily, I was able to fabricate plenty of weapons before heading outside to make this boss fight a lot easier. I also made sure I was aiming for its weak points to destroy its tentacles, and this absolutely melted its health bar. I'm not gonna lie, its attacks were quite hard to dodge though, but luckily I was able to survive, and in the end, targeting its weak points made this boss fight go by so quickly, and in the end it was quite easy. With the giant ghost mech defeated, we had saved the Magellan and its crew, and this meant we got a well-earned rest. Upon waking up, we are straight back into it though, as the Magellan took significant damage, so Tarman has to repair the ship before we can get it moving again. Fragile, Tomorrow, and Rainy have been tasked with going to get some supplies from the nearby city using a pickup off-roader, and these supplies will be used to repair the Magellan. However, Sam on the other hand, we have been tasked with continuing to extend the chiral network even whilst the DHV Magellan is down, and so our next stop is to recover some stranded cargo nearby and deliver it to the Phantom Smith. So I made my way to the recovery location and picked up all the cargo, all whilst dodging some BTs. I then stupidly tried to drive my way down the mountain to get to the Phantom Smith, and the cargo was fragile, so instead I broke it, failing the order. Luckily, I didn't lose too much time as I spawned back in where I picked up the last bit of cargo, and so I just had to dodge some BTs and get back on my bike again. This time around, I took a more safer route as I used a nearby zipline instead to get further down the mountain. And finally, I built a catapult to quickly get down the mountain, which took me almost right out the front of where we needed to go. And so I just had to run about 100 meters and we arrived at the Phantom Smith. And of course, for completing this delivery, we did indeed get a 1-star connection, connecting this facility up to the chiral network. Following that, the president once again contacts us on a private line, and he pretty much tells us that he is sus on Charlie, as we don't actually know who Charlie is. He doesn't have any credential or past history, so essentially he is a ghost, so to speak. However, he hasn't found any solid proof yet, so he tells us to continue on with expanding the chiral network. Our next main order is to deliver to South Fort Knot. However, the Phantom Smith had a standard order to the Adventurer, and I had seen on the SSS that the Adventurer had a reward for us if we completed another order there. So I decided to take on this standard order instead. And so using some ziplines that I had built, I quickly made my way over to the Adventurer. Upon completing this order, we did get likes, but our connection didn't move up at all, which most likely meant we had a sub order to complete before we could get to a 2-star connection. But as a result for completing this order, we did still get the gift that we were promised.
I knew it. I knew it was Ghost of Tsushima. I knew it. I knew it. That's sick. That's so cool. Oh no, it's Ghost of Yotei. Yotei mask. An unusual mask discovered by the adventurer in the Snowy Mountains. It has an otherworldly air to it. When the adventurer saw the mask, he was reminded of Mount Yotei in Japan and named it accordingly. It blocks direct and reflected sunlight. So it's not Ghost of Tsushima, it's Ghost of Yotei. That's so cool that it's in this game.
At this point when I was playing, Ghost of Yotei hadn't actually come out yet, but as I am editing this now, Ghost of Yotei has been out for a while and I've actually almost 100%ed it, so keep an eye out for the next video which will be covering Ghost of Yotei. Anyway, following that, I teleported back to nearby the Phantom Smith and took on the next main order to deliver to South Fort Knot. And so I equipped my new Yotei mask and headed on my way. This was quite a big order, but luckily someone had built a safe house nearby, so I was able to fabricate a pickup off-roader and use that to make the delivery easier. On the path to South Fort Knot though, there was an enemy base. Honestly, I probably could have just driven around this base and completely ignored it, but for some reason I decided that I was going to neutralize the base and take out all the enemies anyway. After that, I then returned to my pickup off-roader to complete the delivery. Along the way though, I actually ended up finding some lost cargo for the Tar Therapist, and so I was able to see their facility on the map and take the lost cargo to them, as it also happened to be on the way to South Fort Knot. And for returning this lost cargo, I did end up getting a 1-star connection, meaning we could connect the Tar Therapist up to the chiral network and another side facility was ticked off the list. From there, I just had to make my way along the coast in order to get to South Fort Knot and complete the main delivery. And once again, we earned ourselves a 1-star connection, connecting up South Fort Knot to the chiral network as well. We are then once again contacted by the president who wants to talk to us about Charlie, as he followed the money that Charlie was giving us back to the source and he was able to confirm that it was coming from none other than Bridges themselves. So in other words, Drawbridge cannot be considered as an independent civilian enterprise, and should anyone find out, it may appear that Bridges was trying to expand into Mexico and Australia, instead of this just being a non-government operation. However, it appears we have all been deceived. For now though, the president says he will continue to investigate and we should go have a rest. Upon waking up from our rest, we find that Hartman has contacted us via a hologram, as whilst the Magellan was getting fixed, he returned back to his lab in order to conduct some more research into Lu. He looked into Lu's serial number 00, and what he found is that the chiral network originally had 9 sacrificial BBs. However, the network's original design required only 1. This approach called for what was dubbed a core bridge baby, and thus BB00 was the lucky candidate to play this role. However, Bridges abandoned the idea as it was not yielding results, so instead they adopted the 9 sacrificial BBs instead. And so instead, Lu was placed into storage for an extended period, and for reasons unknown, took upon the identity of BB28. And records show that the Bridges research team was responsible for the reclassification. For now though, it remains unclear, and so we still have to do some more investigating to figure out the mystery of Lu. Anyway, with that, Hartman ends the transmission and says he'll see us aboard the Magellan. Anyway, following that, our next main order could be accessed via the South Fort Knot terminal, but before we could start it up, the president actually contacts us on a private line once again, telling us that the Magellan was indeed a civilian vehicle that was retrofitted for this mission. All the financing for that work came from Bridges once again. So in effect, it is a government vessel, and Charlie was involved in all of these transactions. And so this only increases the likelihood that Charlie has connections to the UCA. And it also seems more likely that Charlie doesn't actually exist, and instead it has been the work of APAC. And so that means if everything was simply a pretext for territorial expansion, then it's plain that the company has made a grave error. However, further investigation is still warranted, and the president warns us that this situation requires caution, and so we should continue to just undertake main orders for now. And so that's exactly what I did, as our next main order was to deliver some weapon parts back to the Magellan to help get it up and running and also improve its weapon systems so the Magellan can withstand an attack if it were to happen again. However, just as I was about to leave to make the delivery, Deadman actually contacts us through Hartman's body, and he has news about Lu, as it turns out that all the information we found out earlier was falsified, and now we know what really happened. Instead, Bridges intended to decommission and dispose of BB00, but someone intervened behind the scenes. They ensured that BB00 was spared and sent to a storage facility where it was given the BB28 serial number instead. And as the official records said that BB00 was decommissioned, Bridges had no reason to believe otherwise. Deadman was able to trace back to who actually made this change, and it turns out it was Amelie. And she did this all just to protect Lou. So in the end, it was thanks to her that we even met Lou in the first place. With that revelation, we continued on our way to make the delivery to the Magellan. And so with the delivery complete, Tarman tells us that he will prep the main cannon for immediate use, and that Fragile and the others should be back soon, meaning the Magellan should be fully operational very soon. Following that, it was time for a well-deserved rest, because then once we woke up, the repairs to the Magellan had now been complete, and the main cannon was ready to be used to help us. And then it was time to take on our next main order, which was to destroy some chiral jammers and eliminate the threat at some nearby armed survivalist bases, and then head to the Southern Environmental Observatory to connect it up to the chiral network. The funny thing is though, is that this was the base that I actually optionally took down earlier when I didn't have to, and so I'd actually already destroyed the chiral jammers and neutralized all the enemies, so I could actually just head straight to the observatory instead. However, those armed survivalists weren't the only enemies on the way to this facility, as there were some ghost mechs as well. However, Tarman suggests to us that if we just link up the observatory, the Magellan will be able to work inside that region because of the chiral network, and so they can just use the Magellan's weaponry to take out the ghost mechs instead. So I decided to just drive around and ignore them. However, upon arrival at the observatory, the ground started to shake and some ghost mechs appeared from the tar to attack us anyway. Luckily, I was fairly prepared for this as I had fabricated quite a few guns, but it was still actually pretty tough taking down all of these ghost mechs. Especially the coffin enemy, as these guys have so much health and they have some attacks that are quite hard to dodge. Eventually, I was able to take down all of the ghost mechs and complete the delivery, which finally gave us our next story trophy. I know it's been so long since the last trophy.
Brilliant job.
Hey, I don't break that easily. Complete episode 9. Puppets. Finally, I got another trophy. It has been so long.
And with that, I also got a 1-star connection, of course meaning we could connect the observatory up to the chiral network. However, just after finishing up with the facility, as we go to leave, we get sneak attacked by Higgs himself, who blasts us with fire from his guitar. This completely incapacitates Sam, and this is where Higgs says that he is here to make us suffer. He acknowledges that he obviously can't kill Sam because he's a repatriate, but there are far worse things than dying, including putting Sam in complete pain and agony using this eternal fire thing. And eventually Sam does actually succumb to his burns and dies, but of course we are able to repatriate and come back to life straight away. But as soon as we're back in the land of the living, Higgs hits us with the fire straight away once again, causing Sam to be in complete pain for a second time. And as Higgs explains, there is nothing Sam can do to get out of it. And so once again Sam dies and we have to repatriate, and then once again we're back on fire straight away thanks to Higgs's everlasting flame. And Higgs continues to just mock us as we die over and over again. After dying 3 times, we are then given the objective to force ourselves forward and out of the facility, and eventually after dying 1 more time we are able to make it outside, which annoys Higgs, so he blasts us with even more flames. And so after dying 6 times, thankfully we see Fragile and Tomorrow driving in on a bike to come and save us. Tomorrow fights with Higgs as Fragile comes to check on Sam, and thankfully Tomorrow is able to use her tar powers to take down Higgs, along with the help of the Magellan and its new cannon weaponry, and so Higgs knows that he's outmatched and he retreats away. Now it's just the issue of saving Sam from the flames, which continue to stay going every time he dies and comes back. Fragile and Tomorrow have no idea what they can do to stop it. However, this is when Rainy arrives to save the day, and she uses her rain powers to put the flames out. And thankfully it works, saving Sam's life from endless torture and agony. And so after a couple of days of rest and recovery, Sam is right as rain, as all his injuries have healed and he's ready to start delivering again. However, this is also the moment when Dollman finally tells Sam the harsh truth. He comes out and says that Fragile asked him to be Sam's therapist to help him deal with the loss of his child Lou. And Dollman tells Sam that Lou has been gone for a long time now, even though Sam still believes Lou is in the BP pod and they travelled across Australia together. But in reality, the pod he brought along this journey has actually been empty from the start. And the truth is that Dollman has been the one who has actually been operating Sam's Odra deck. And that's the reason they also shared flashbacks every time Sam connected up the pod. Dollman explains that they didn't want to dispute what Sam saw, but instead give him the support he needed so he could get over this loss. And Sam finally comes to accept that Lou died. Fragile then comes in to explain that she just didn't want to leave him at his house broken, and she wanted Sam to live and move forward with his life instead of being a broken man. Sam is obviously quite distraught knowing that Lou was dead the whole time, and he feels as if he's been alone, but Fragile reassures him that he is not alone and that his new family will always be there for him no matter what. Sam does struggle with this quite a bit, and honestly this is great acting by Norman Reedus here. And this leads us into episode 10, Isolation. Sam is obviously still grieving Lou, but Australia is almost fully connected, and so he decides to continue on this journey without Lou and finish the mission. However, to take on our next main order, we actually have to accept it at the terminal all the way back at Hartman's lab. But the DHV Magellan, of course, cannot move as it has to stay stationed here to protect the observatory from any more threats that may come. So we have to manually make our way all the way back to Hartman's lab. Of course, we could use a transponder or a hot spring to teleport back there straight away, but I decided to use this as an opportunity to do some more standard orders to continue raising our connection level up. So from the observatory, I took on 2 orders to deliver to Hartman's lab and also South Fort Knot. The South Fort Knot order was a recovery mission, so I first went and recovered the cargo, and then I made the delivery, which got me to a 2-star connection, and then I was able to pick up some more orders from here, one of them to the Tar Therapist and the other one to East Fort Knot. However, the East Fort Knot order ended up being way too much cargo, and I couldn't actually even drive the pickup off-roader because there was too much cargo, so I had to end up cancelling that order. It actually worked out well though, because then I had room in the pickup to take some materials with me so I could start restoring some more roads and monorails. Silly me though, I did unfortunately break the cargo that I was taking to the Tar Therapist, but I still headed there anyway to pick up more materials and also see if he had any orders, and he actually had an order to East Fort Knot, so I picked this one up to do instead. And for completing this order, I got to a 2-star connection, which actually rewarded me with a great upgrade, which was level 2 roads. This now meant that not only could I restore roads, but I could also upgrade roads that I had restored as well. And the reason why upgrading a road is so good is because it not only adds a roof, which protects all your cargo from timefall, but it also makes you go quicker along the road too, which means deliveries can become even more efficient and quick. So upgrading roads was going to be great for the end game. Anyway, continuing on the way back to Hartman's lab, I ended up restoring a small mine nearby, which funnily enough mined special alloys, which I was then able to use to actually upgrade the mine, so I ended up getting the mine to the max level 3. Unfortunately, there was no trophy for this, so instead I made my way to the data scientist where I dropped off some lost cargo, which got me somewhat closer to a 4-star connection. From the data scientist, I also then picked up another order to take to the Hartman's lab, and so eventually I did arrive at Hartman's lab to deliver all the orders I had there, which got me even closer to our first 5-star connection. But more importantly, now that we were here, I was able to pick up our next main order, which was to deliver a network stabilizer to the F7 North Distribution Center. So pretty much the long journey back here, we now had to do the opposite and go all the way back again. And so we had a few options. We could either cut straight through the mountains, which was the shortest but most dangerous route, or we could go around the mountain and cut along the coast, just like what we did to actually get back to Hartman's lab. Or the final option was to head west around the mountains near the Tar Lake and retrace the steps we originally took going that way. And in the end, that third option was the way I decided to go, as I would be able to complete a few deliveries going that way and also try build the rest of the monorail. And so I of course picked up an extra order for the architect as he was on the way. So I headed there first, which got us close to a 4-star 4-star connection. I then took on an order to the Northern Environmental Observatory, which also increased our progress to getting a 4-star connection with this facility. From there, I picked up an order for the F5 East Distribution Center, which was on the way. Before heading there though, I was able to restore the massive mine that was nearby, and this also connected up the monorail. And this meant eventually I was going to be able to travel from this mine north of F6 to the East Distro Center, but first I still had to fix up the rest of the monorail line. I then headed to the Metagenomicis nearby and picked up another order for the East Distro Center, and then I actually proceeded to restore the rest of the monorail line, so now we could travel between the mine and the Distro Center. And then finally I made all my deliveries to the Distro Center, where we got to a 3-star connection. From there I proceeded to restore more of the monorail, which was headed to the next location. From there I drove along the coast past Terminal Fort Knott, which was going to be the last location we needed to connect up for the main story. For now though, I finished making my way to the North Distribution Center. And for completing this delivery, we actually got our next story trophy.
Oh, you'll never ever be alone. Complete episode 10, Isolation. You'll never ever be alone. Hell yeah, okay, we got a trophy. Let's go, man.
And of course, we also got a 1-star connection, meaning this distro center was now also connected up to the chiral network. After completing the delivery, Tarman contacts us and he tells us that the tar fall phenomenon has begun again outside of this distro center and that we should proceed with caution. And so this means we need to confront Neil Varner one last time. So we head over to the tar fall and we once again enter inside. This begins the start of episode 11, Quake. This time when we wake up, we find ourselves on board a train inside a train station. And after making our way a little further along, we see a glimpse of the man himself, Neil Varner. An earthquake then occurs, burying the entire train station, but it's not going to be as simple as that, as Neil and all his goons cause the rubble to fly away, with debris floating everywhere all over the battlefield. And so once again, just like the other 2 times, it was another game of cat and mouse, as we just had to keep dealing damage to Neil until he teleported away, follow him, and repeat the same process. Eventually Neil teleports away onto a train, where we get a flashback of him as a kid in Mexico when a meteor shower occurred, and you'll probably recognize this as the first arena we fought him in. Anyway, in this flashback we see that he has been separated from his parents and he almost gets hit by a meteor, but this does cause a necklace pendant to become very hot and become attached to his hand, leaving a really bad burn. And as he's calling out for help, a little girl ends up approaching him, and together they try to help each other escape this mess. However, after almost getting hit by another meteor, the little girl is trapped under some rubble and can't get out, and Neil tries to help her by dragging her out from under the rubble using his burnt hand. However, he ends up hearing his parents calling his name out in the distance, so he gets distracted by this, and also the massive giant BTs that have just shown up. The little girl, who now has the burn pattern on the palm of her hand, continues to call out for help, but Neil ends up ditching her to save himself. And this brings us back to Neil on the train. Now back playing as Sam, we hop on board the train and continue to fight with Neil some more, until eventually we get to this really cool part where gravity flips upside down and we have to parkour our way across a falling train. Eventually we make it to the end of the train and escape just in time before it falls, and here we find Neil to confront him one last time. During this final part, I actually did end up dying, as there were holes in the arena floor and I accidentally fell through one of them, so I had to restart this fight again. But on my second attempt, I did manage to finally defeat Neil once and for all. This causes a cutscene to play where Neil asks if we are Sam. And then surprisingly, Neil actually saves our life when some debris falls from the roof. However, this causes Neil to become stuck under the rubble. Sam is able to pull him out, but this leaves him pretty injured. Neil then says, "I'm so sorry, I tried to protect them." And then he gives us something and says, "From Lucy, for you." It ends up being some sort of necklace, and Sam asks what it is, but Neil doesn't answer and just says, "Keep Lou safe." Sam then reaches out and touches Neil's shoulder, and this causes a bunch of flashbacks to play before we begin right at the start. Essentially, this whole next cutscene is where we find out about who Neil is and his whole backstory. To begin, we find out that Neil met Lucy as she became his therapist just like she did for Sam. After their first therapy session, just before Neil's about to leave, Lucy actually asks him if he remembers her, and this is because she recognizes his burn mark on his hand, which she also has, which means that she was the little girl that Neil left behind all those years ago when he was a kid, meaning they both made it out alive. But quite obviously Lucy is annoyed and she ends up slapping Neil for what he did. But after a quick scuffle, Neil just hugs Lucy and holds her until she's calmed down, and I guess this is sort of the start to their unofficial relationship. In the next scene, we find Neil getting interrogated by some sort of official government dude, and this relates to the fact that Neil is a smuggler who used to bring illegal stuff across the border from Mexico into America, but in reality, Bridges was actually the one contracting him to do this, and when Neil threatens to quit and stop doing it as he's sick of doing this illegal stuff, this government guy threatens him and says that he pretty much has to do it or else. In the next scene, Neil is back in Lucy's office getting some therapy from her, and he clearly is sick of this porter work as he says it's killing him and he needs to quit. Neil ends up coming clean to Lucy, telling her that he has been carrying brain-dead pregnant women and smuggling them across the border, as they were obviously planning to use the bridge babies for human sacrifice to get the chiral network up and running. Neil is freaking out and clearly does not want to do this anymore, so Lucy attempts to calm him down. In the next scene, we see that Lucy and Neil's relationship has grown stronger as she is now wearing his scarf, and he's there during unofficial therapy hours. During this scene, we find out that a security car has been spying on Lucy through her window, and Neil says that he'll check on it. Before we find out more, we go to the next scene where Lucy says it seems that he's the father. She is, of course, talking about Sam as she is now pregnant, and Neil asks her how sure she is, and she shows him some results on a tablet, which all but seems to confirm it. Lucy then says, "This thing between us, it was a mistake." Neil denies this, saying it was not a mistake. He says he doesn't care if it's Sam's baby that she's carrying, he still loves her. But Lucy says, "I love him, Neil," and their relationship has to end. Neil then just leaves the room without saying another word. Lucy then breaks down into tears after realizing what she's just done. We then return back to Sam, who is now back in the real world, and it appears that Neil has vanished. Now we just gotta figure out what the gift means that he gave to us. But before doing that, we did indeed get our next story trophy.
Keep Lou safe. Complete episode 11, Quake. Nice.
Back on board the Magellan after having a rest, Fragile comes in to talk to us about our child. Turns out that the necklace that Neil gave us was actually a memory drive. On it was a record of Lucy unveiling some dark secrets on what the Bridges researchers had planned, including details of women they brought over from Mexico for the BB experiments, the ones that Neil Varner trafficked. Fragile says to Sam that she knows he was more than just her patient, he was her partner, which Sam responds to with, "That didn't stop her from cheating on me." Fragile tells him to wait and says we know who the baby's real father was, and it was indeed Sam. Along with that, Lucy did leave a heartfelt apology along with an explanation. Fragile goes on to say that his child was extraordinary as it was the offspring of a repatriate who was the world's first BB. And so Lucy knew that if the Bridges researchers found out, they would use the baby as a test subject. So she purposely lied and pretended that the child was Neil's to mislead them. But she always intended for Sam to discover the truth one day, and that's why she gave the necklace to Neil. Before Sam has a chance to respond, an incoming distress call comes from the network node saying that there's an army of ghost mechs right on their doorstep. And so we must secure the node or else the whole network could fall. So we head up to the bridge and Charlie tells us that we are in the end game now. He explains that we have to connect up the final Fort Knot city, however the objective and its surrounding areas are covered in ghost mechs trying to stop us. And so the plan is the crew on board the Magellan will act as support for us, and as Sam, we will be completing the delivery. In order to link up the final Fort Knot city though, we first have to link up some chiral network way stations along our journey in order to increase the chiral network far enough. Once we link up this final node, we will have succeeded in bringing the Australian continent into the chiral network. And this leads us perfectly into episode 12, Fragile. Before accepting the order, the president does contact
contact us one more time, telling us he has completed his investigation into the link between Higgs and APAC. However, he'll tell us more once we put Terminal Fort Knot on the grid. And with that, it was time to accept the main order, which was to deliver the Drawbridge terminal unit to Terminal Fort Knot. And as you can see, we first had to connect up way station 1 and 2 on the way before completing the delivery at Terminal Fort Knot. Arriving at the first way station, there were plenty of ghost mechs waiting for us, but luckily we were able to call in artillery support from the Magellan, and this reminded me quite a lot of Helldivers 2, as you pretty much call in an airstrike to take out all the enemies, very similar to that game. I also had made sure that I fabricated heaps of weapons so I could defend myself on my own as well, and before long I had taken down this first wave of ghost mechs, and I was able to connect this first way station up to the chiral network. It was then onto way station 2 where we had to take out even more ghost mechs. On the way there, a bushfire started spreading too, so we also had to worry about that along with the ghost mechs, but eventually I made it through and we were able to connect up way station 2 to the chiral network. And finally, now we just had to make our way to Terminal Fort Knot. First though, I had to take out all the enemies that were at the Terminal Fort Knot depot, and then after that I had to run along the very long bridge that connected the mainland to Terminal Fort Knot. Of course though, halfway along the bridge, some more ghost mechs spawned in that I had to take out. Then I could continue making my way across the bridge once again. Of course though, making it to the end was too good to be true, as even more ghost mechs spawned in, and these were some really tough ones. In fact, we found ourselves surrounded, but luckily the ghost mech warrior that had been saving us this entire game was here to save us once again. And it's finally revealed who it is Deadman. He tells us that we need to keep moving as he is going to take out the bridge. And so using his massive katana, he creates a massive cut in the bridge and finally stomps it, causing it to collapse, killing all the enemies that were on that part of the bridge. Deadman then says death can't tear us apart, and then he disappears back into a tar fall, similar to the one that we found Neil in. This allows Sam to escape all the enemies and finally make our way to complete this delivery at Terminal Fort Knot. Psych! Just kidding, we're not done yet, as another goddamn giant mech shows up, acting as one final hurdle to take down before we can complete this delivery. On top of the giant mech, normal ghost mech enemies spawned in as well, making this fight even harder. At this point though, I was quite experienced with taking on ghost mechs, and thankfully there were a lot of explosive weapons laying around that I could pick up and use, which made this fight a whole lot easier. The explosives combined with aiming at the giant mech's weak points absolutely melted its health, and eventually we defeated the giant ghost mech. And this meant we could now finally complete our delivery. And upon completing this delivery, we did indeed get our next story trophy.
Let's see. To help you find the strength to carry on. Complete episode 12, Fragile. Nice.
Along with that, we did also get a 1-star connection, of course meaning we could connect up the final main facility to the chiral network. As soon as we've done that though, we are once again interrupted by the man Higgs himself. Higgs acknowledges that we have now linked up the entire continent, but he says the story ain't over yet, but then also proceeds to say that we ain't gonna have a boss battle again this time. Higgs then breaks the fourth wall and looks directly at us saying, y'all can't win. But his happiness doesn't last long, as the Magellan appears out of the tar inside the garage of Terminal Fort Knot, and using the cannon literally breaks Higgs in half. Fragile then comes out to finish Higgs off. Higgs gloats one last time about killing Lou and Fragile failing to protect her, before Fragile absolutely shreds into Higgs using his own guitar. He then gloats one more time to Sam, officially telling him that he was the one who killed Lou, so Sam starts shredding into him with his gun. Fragile then switches to the flamethrower on the guitar to finish putting Higgs down. Fragile then lays into him with the guitar to finish him off. Of course though, this is just another ghost mech mannequin that Higgs was using, so the real Higgs is probably still out there somewhere. For now though, everything appears to be good as we connected up the continent and stopped Higgs, and so we go and have a rest. But after our rest, we do make our way to the bridge where all our crew members are surprisingly still and quiet, and not moving. Except we do find the president in one of the seats. And he reveals to us, now that we have connected up the entirety of Australia, a new plate gate has formed, bridging the gap between another new continent. However, he then drops a bombshell telling us that he was the one that empowered Higgs and they built him his ghost mech army. The president says that an existential threat was required to prompt us to seek strength through mutual connections, and it was also necessary for AIPAC to equip us with our own guns to fight back. Because as we come to find out, the president isn't actually human. He is instead pretty much an AI, as he is part of the AIPAC algorithm, and essentially their main programming is to connect up the entire planet by searching for additional plate gates and connecting up continents, so then all of humanity will be connected by the chiral network and APAS. This would eliminate the need for porters, as bots would be capable of handling all deliveries. As a result, by eliminating the risk of running into BTs during travel, you would have finally overcome the Death Stranding. This is the zero void out policy. The president then goes on to explain how they reached this solution by first explaining the true nature of the Death Stranding as determined by APAS. As a result of connecting the continents, they recovered a massive amount of data on the Death Stranding, and simply put, they learnt it was just a phenomena which facilitated extinction level events, until extinction entities appeared who elected to alter the natural order, just like what we did in the first game. Essentially, once evolution started stagnating, the Death Stranding would occur to cause mass extinction, so then new species would emerge and form communities afterwards. So essentially, the dead step aside so that life can go on. It was from this cycle that humanity was eventually born. And so essentially, this Death Stranding is prompting humanity to move on, so new species can inherit the planet. As a result, APAS have calculated an ideal strategy to overcome this. The Chiralverse will allow APAS to prevent all forms of travel, and they intend to use it to manage and control that aspect of humanity's existence. So Sam asks the obvious question, is APAS going to take over and tell humans what to do? But the president says that they are not actually APAS. APAS is simply just a tool which they devised for an optimal solution. The president then reveals his true nature as he swaps between many different faces until eventually settling on one of the preppers from the first game. And honestly, it was pretty hard to remember who he was, but you are given a reminder that he is the Elder. And he tells us that after we completed the North American network in the first game, there was a massive void out in UCA territory, and the APAS data center happened to be within the affected area. The Elder says that he had actually given up his shelter and moved there to start a new life. He then goes on to say that between residents and staff, a total of 4,000 people were caught in the blast, including himself. He then changes back to the president and says, and yet our connection was not severed. Sam is then teleported to the beach, where we find ourselves surrounded by these massive blocks acting as data centers. The president is also there, and he explains that in that instant, the souls of those humans and the APAS servers found themselves stranded on the same beach. They had been subject to a convergence. Pretty much, 4,000 human souls and APAS merged into an altogether new entity. By utilizing their servers on the beach, they could remain connected to the world. So in that way, they can oversee and restrict activities to ensure another void out never occurs. He also reveals that they are not only capable of managing our movements, but also every aspect of our existence, as APAS is also connected to the gazers and knows where they are at all times. And they can use this to exert control over each and every one of them. And so with both gazers and humans under their constant supervision, they can eliminate the risk of void outs. So they essentially will save us by putting an end to travel and physical interaction. In the absence of this stimulus, the human species will stagnate, which Sam says won't that lead to extinction, but instead the president says that only humanity's evolution as a species will cease to exist. Instead, they plan for us to leave our mortal flesh behind and transition to an external existence within the expanse of the Chiralverse. Essentially, humans will be neither alive nor dead, but instead endure as a soul as part of the chiral network. And finally, they will continue to keep watch over all remaining life on Earth until the end of time. So essentially, humanity will become a part of this network, but at the same time, they will lose the very thing that makes them human. But this is when we hear a no in the distance, and our boy Charlie arrives to save the day. I can't lie though, I have no idea what's going on in this next scene though, as Charlie just starts dancing. The hell? This game does not take itself seriously at all.
But as you can see, this is where we finally get the big reveal of who Charlie is, and it's been the voice of Charlie the whole time, Die Hard Man. And I did do some research, and when you are choosing a voice for Charlie at the start of the game, you can literally only choose Die Hard Man. No matter if you choose all three other options, they will always tell you to just choose Die Hard Man in the end. So this is a pretty big hint or foreshadowing at the start of the game that Die Hard Man was always Charlie. Once he's done his little dance number, Die Hard Man then pulls Sam back into the Magellan's bridge, away from A-Pass's beach. On the bridge, we then find Die Hard Man in the flesh himself. And this leads us into episode 13, Die Hard. It turns out that not even A-Pass was aware that Die Hard Man was posing as Charlie this whole time. It turns out that the new Cupid design allowed Die Hard Man to restrict the connection and limit the flow of information to A-Pass. And that's when he contacted his old friend Tarman, and together they worked together to convert the Magellan into a mobile base of operations. And he points out to us that the DHV in the Magellan title also has a double meaning, standing for Die Hard Man's vessel. You see, it came to his attention that APAS 4000 was seeking to commission Lochner to design a new type of Cupid, specifically one that could be one day used to control all of mankind. Lochner refused to do it at first, but Die Hard Man contacted her and convinced her to take on the job. At least that's how it looked to everyone else. In reality, the purpose of this Cupid was not just to facilitate connections, but to sever them, namely the ones between our systems and the dead. And so this means without their influence, APAS will go back to being a simple tool. The president warns that if we do this, we will never escape the Death Stranding. But as Die Hardman says, to forsake our flesh and our freedom is out of the question. We would rather strive to achieve the impossible whilst remaining true to ourselves. And so Die Hardman says that he's going to activate the Cupid we use to connect the continents, to build a bridge to the future we want to see, and to choose our own path forward, and in doing so, this deletes the president and the AI side of APAS. Now with the entire crew back awake, Tarman tells us that Die Hardman has actually been hiding on board from the start in what he calls the Shadow Cabinet, and Tarman was the only one that actually knew. But as Die Hardman says, APAS had been monitoring them for some time, so he believed the deception was necessary to avoid discovery. And so this was the best idea he could come up with to avoid raising APAS's suspicions, and so he used Charlie instead to still stay involved but hide his identity. However, things don't stay calm for long, as Deadman's samurai warrior appears on board the Magellan and starts to attack everyone. Deadman is actually in control of Hartman's body, and he says to everyone that that's not him controlling the warrior. The warrior then pokes a hole in the floor of the Magellan, which causes tar to start rising, and some tentacles wrap around Tomorrow, creating a tar cocoon and capturing her. This is when we get the big reveal that the person controlling this giant warrior is actually Higgs, who is broadcasting live from the beach, same as he ever was, officially confirming that he has just been puppeteering these bodies from afar the whole time. He reveals that he's doing all this to get revenge on Amelie for what she did to him in the first game. He reveals that he is going to try and crack open the beach that she sealed away and kick off the last stranding, which he believes is the perfect ending humanity deserves, and the sweetest revenge he could hope for to take out on Amelie and the rest of us. During his lengthy imprisonment, he was able to figure out that all he needed was a catalyst with a connection to Amelie, and he could break through to her beach. And for some reason, it turns out that Tomorrow is the catalyst that he has been searching for, which he quickly reveals is because she is a brand new extinction entity. And then we get a massive reveal.
Still in the dark, huh? Your genes lined up beautifully. God damn, man. She's your daughter.
What?
And with no further explanation to that crazy revelation, he just takes Tomorrow and sinks away into the tar. And with one final message, Higgs tells us that if we want to go after them, they'll be waiting on the beach. And after a very short episode, this actually gets us our next story trophy.
The flip, man. To forsake our flesh and our freedom. Complete episode 13, Die Hard. Are you kidding me? That was a whole episode, just that, like, cutscene? Oh, that's hilarious.
In the next scene, the crew is frantically searching for a way to try and find Tomorrow, and Fragile does confirm to us that our genetic profiles are a match with Tomorrow and that she is indeed Sam's daughter. Die Hardman does have a theory on how it could be possible, as because Sam was a member of Bridges with Dooms, he was obligated to provide sperm samples, which means Tomorrow could be Sam's child conceived via artificial insemination. Which means that Higgs may very well be able to trigger the last stranding using Tomorrow. So it is imperative that we get Tomorrow back, which means we need to go to the beach where Higgs went. The only possible way would be for Fragile to jump us there, but as Rainey reminds us, she was diagnosed with jump shock, so she can't actually do it or else she could die. But like Tarman says, what other choice do we have? So Fragile says, let's give it a try. And her plan is to take the entire ship to the beach. And so Die Hardman suggests with the combined support of every single Doom sufferer here, it's possible Fragile might be able to jump us to where we need to go. However, this is when Hartman comes back to life and he tells us that wherever Higgs went, he can't follow. Hartman says that he must be operating out of his own beach, but he also says that he mapped Higgs's beach already and he checked it and Higgs wasn't there. So how do we find the right beach? But Fragile realizes that it doesn't matter where Higgs is, all we have to do is connect to the Dreamcatcher and the Kipu, as Higgs has been wearing Amelie's Kipu, which means all we have to do is find something connected to her and we can follow Higgs and the Kipu. And that's when Sam remembers that he has Amelie's Dreamcatcher back at his shelter in Mexico, so that's where we're headed next. And this leads us into episode 14, Last Stranding. To begin this episode, the Magellan attempts to travel back to Mexico, but unfortunately the tar currents are too unstable to travel right now as it would be too dangerous. And so now the only way to get back to Mexico is to head all the way back to the Plate Gate and head through that way. On the plus side though, we now do have our own modified version of Higgs' guitar that we can use as our own weapon. But before I headed off for the Plate Gate, I had noticed that there was a prepper facility that I hadn't been to yet that was appearing on the map called B-Pass. So I wanted to head there first to try and get them connected to the chiral network. Luckily on the way I did find some lost cargo for B-Pass, and so as a result I was able to deliver this cargo. However, it did not get me to a 1-star connection unfortunately. And the reason why is because we have to do some standard orders for them first before they want to connect to the chiral network. So I took on a delivery to the North Distribution Center, and on the way back there was a recovery order that I would deliver back to B-Pass. This almost got me to a 2-star connection with the Distro Center, but a bonus was that the Distro Center actually had a delivery back to B-Pass that I could do as well. So I recovered the cargo and then made both deliveries. And as a result for completing both these orders, it did indeed get me to a 1-star connection, meaning B-Pass now agreed to join up to the chiral network. B-Pass then had a standard order back to Terminal Fort Knott, so I decided to do this, and this ended up getting me to a 2-star connection. This increased my material allocation at this facility, so I was able to take out enough materials to actually finish off restoring the last bit of this central monorail. And as a result for doing this, we finally actually got our next miscellaneous trophy.
Hey, Rail Restorer. Restore and fully reopen a monorail line. Damn, I was not expecting that. What, have we not already done that? The Trans Crater line is now complete. Wait, oh, for real? Oh, I guess because we've done it all the way from there. All the way down here. Whereas this one... Oh, this one keeps going. That's why I haven't done it yet. Because it must keep going all the way around here. To here. And then this one, we obviously... have not completed either. Okay. Oh, well that's sick then. We got one of the monorail lines done. Let's go.
Following that, I continued on my way back to the Plate Gate. On the way there, I noticed some lost cargo for a prepper named Mr. Impossible, which was actually the final facility we had to connect up. It wasn't a very precarious situation on the side of a cliff, but using a climbing anchor, I was able to climb down and grab it. However, following that, a series of unfortunate events occurred.
No, 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 no. I hate my life. I hate my life. I was just trying to fix up the rope, bro. Oh my god. What the f-
Sam, can you hear me? Wake up!
Oh, piss off, bro. Piss off. That's some bullshit, bro. And the cargo broke too. Are you kidding me? So yeah, not my finest moment, but with that fall, the cargo broke, meaning we could no longer deliver it to Mr. Impossible. Meaning, I wouldn't be able to connect them up to the chiral network yet. I then spent the next 5 minutes or so driving around looking for more Mr. Impossible cargo, but I just could not find any at all, so in the end, I gave up. And so instead, I went to the East Distribution Center where I picked up an order for the Lone Commander, which was on the way to the plate gate. Completing this order got me to a 3-star connection with the Lone Commander. Following that, I dropped off some lost cargo at the government base, which got me close to a 4-star connection. And then finally, I made my way back to the plate gate, where we passed through it and made our way back to Mexico. Upon arriving, we get a call from Tarman, who tells us that the tar currents are really unstable near the first city that we linked up, Ciudad Nudo del Norte. So he tells us to head there and check it out. We also have to deal with this before we are able to travel to the beach. Something weird is definitely going on because back here in Mexico, the sky has also turned to water, so we definitely have to hurry to fix whatever is happening. After a little bit of a trek, we eventually arrive outside the city when a gate quake occurs, which in turn reveals that the reason the tar currents are unstable is because there is a giant BT lurking here. And when I say giant BT, I mean absolutely giant, because this is the biggest one that we have ever seen. And going back to controlling Sam and just seeing how giant it was, I thought, how are we going to defeat this thing? However, this is where our captured BT comes in clutch, as by spawning it in, it was a great distraction so the giant BT wouldn't attack us instead, and it also did a bit of damage itself, but for the most part it allowed me to deal massive damage while it was distracted. And especially using explosive weapons, as these did massive damage, especially when hitting the BT's weak points. And eventually I got the BT down to red health, and I continued to get it weaker and weaker until it was almost dead. However, just before I killed it, I remembered at this point that I had EX capture grenades, so I thought, why not try and capture this thing, since it seems like it is one of the strongest BTs in the game. And sure enough, as I lined up the grenade with its mouth, I threw it and first attempt managed to capture it, and in the process also defeating it. And all I can say is capturing this thing was one of the best things I did, as this was by far the best BT to summon in and made all other giant BT fights really easy from now on. Anyway, now that we had dealt with that threat, the city was safe and the tar currents were subsiding, and now we had to make our way back to Sam's shelter ASAP. Using a tri-bike, we were able to make it there pretty quickly. I've just realized I made a mistake earlier when I said we were coming back here for the Dreamcatcher. Turns out we were just coming back here to find anything that related to Amelie or Bridget, and in the end we actually find an old photo of Sam, Bridget and Lucy all together, which should serve as a tie to the Kipu that Amelie used to wear, meaning we'll be able to go to where Higgs is with the Kipu. And so we exit the shelter, and now that the tar currents had subsided, the GHV Magellan was able to travel to us and head back on board. Back on board, we complete the order for finding an item with a deep connection to Higgs, and as a result we get our next story trophy. We have to get tomorrow back. Complete episode 14, Last Stranding. Nice. These last few episodes are going by pretty quick, I feel like. Probably because we've already done all the other connecting stuff. On board, we headed to the bridge to meet up with the rest of the crew. And so with everybody ready to go, we handed over the image to Fragile. And everyone combining their powers together gives her the strength to start preparing to make the jump. But before doing so, Fragile and Sam share a nice little moment where they have their first kiss together, which was somewhat unexpected, but I guess they do have a pretty good relationship. And as they are kissing, the Magellan prepares to make the jump, and so does Fragile. In the next scene, we find the whole crew underwater in this weird in-between world as they are traveling from the living world to the beach.
Upon waking up, we find Fragile on the floor unconscious, but we find out that the jump worked and we are now on the beach. And as we come to instantly recognize, we are back on the APAS 4000 beach. And so it turns out that Higgs has actually been hiding at this beach all along. And Rainey is able to identify Tomorrow off in the distance too. Fragile then awakens, telling Sam that he has to be the one to finish it and that he should take the guitar with him to take on Higgs. Fragile then tells Sam that she'll always be with him before she then collapses in his arms. She is clearly suffering from jump shock after transporting the entire Magellan and its crew to the beach, but we manage to get her back in her chair and Sam heads off to head outside. And this begins episode 15 on the beach. Once we're off the ship, the Magellan crew activate the weapons on board and Die Hardman leads the attack on the giant BTs here on the beach. And so whilst they're dealing with all the giant BTs, we have to make our way along the beach to try and reach where Higgs is. This part is so cool and cinematic as we see the Magellan dealing with the enemies in the background. And then about halfway along, some super giant BTs start appearing from the water, and they start combining together with smaller giant BTs to become even stronger. And so it becomes this massive epic kaiju fight, and it reminds me of like Power Rangers when they combine their mechs together to create an even bigger one. The Magellan goes into evasive maneuvers as they try to survive the attack from these giant BTs. However, they are eventually caught by one of them, but with some quick thinking from Heartman and Deadman working together, they tell Die Hardman to take the BT's head out, and then after doing that we find Deadman has somehow made his way onto the giant BT and is controlling it. Then using their link together, Heartman is able to take control of the BT from on board the Magellan, and he actually connects the Magellan on top of the BT, making the Magellan its new head. And so now we truly do have a giant kaiju fight on our hands, as this fight just became a lot more even, as the Magellan now has the combined powers of itself and also multiple giant BTs. And so within seconds it is already able to take out its next giant BT. And honestly, this is just so cool as we see Heartman on board the Magellan controlling the giant BT and fighting the others. And I can't lie, this final bit of the game truly does get crazy, but also very awesome at the same time. And so now that Deadman and Heartman had this under control, we were able to continue playing as Sam and making our way along the beach, where we have to fight through our own BTs ourselves. Eventually we reach a point where the samurai warrior appears, and of course it is now being controlled by Higgs. And so now we have a boss fight on our hands. In this fight we get to use our battle guitar, hitting the warrior from both close range and long range. However, he does block most of our attacks from long range, so to deal the most damage we have to get up close and personal. Essentially for this fight you've just got to keep dodging his attacks, and then wait for him to come up close and dodge his attacks, so then you have an opening to deal damage. If you charge up the guitar's long range attack, you can deal massive damage this way when Higgs isn't ready for it, and this is how I was able to finish off the fight, by getting him to low enough health so then I could run in and defeat him with some melee attacks. However, defeating Samurai Warrior Higgs does not mean we were finished there, as off in the distance we could see the sky starting to fall apart and a golden light appearing, and that's when we finally see Higgs himself off in the distance near APAS 4000. We are then teleported over there, where we finally come face to face with the real Higgs himself. He reveals that after the first game he was stuck on the beach for tens of thousands of years just wandering, without any other interaction at all with anyone. And he says that he couldn't take it anymore, and motions to putting a bullet in his brain. But he says when he finally embraced this oblivion, APAS 4000 up and called him back. And they were the ones that offered to Higgs that he could team up with them. And Higgs says that he played along with it, but all the while he was working towards his own personal goal. Which of course was to bring about the last Stranding, but for real this time. And this is where we begin another boss fight, this time with Higgs and his guitar. This time it was kind of the opposite of the samurai fight, as this time we dealt most of our damage from long range, because as soon as we tried to go close range, Higgs would teleport away. So essentially this fight was about using these giant data blocks as cover, and then shooting at Higgs from afar, and then every time he teleported, repeat the same process over again. Then once we get him to about half health, he brings out his flamethrower attack, which the only way to counter is to pretty much dodge it. After dealing a little bit more damage and getting him to about a third of his health, he will then teleport away, triggering a cutscene where he starts playing his guitar and spawns in 2 more giant BTs, which then start destroying the APAS data blocks, which was serving as our cover. And then Higgs starts teleporting on top of these blocks so he can get a better angle on us, and once again we have to continue hitting him from long range. He does trigger these massive lightning attacks coming from the sky, but as long as you're far enough away, you can dodge these pretty easily. And honestly, this was the easiest part of the fight, but eventually once he's low, he does return to the ground and use his flamethrower attack, but it didn't take long before he was one shot and I was able to deal the final blow. This triggers a cutscene where Higgs falls back into the tar, and then he reappears up on the giant hand of a stone body. Here he tells us that he is using tomorrow as the extinction entity to bring about the last stranding, since last time he failed with Amelie. Using his guitar, he then makes Sam teleport up to where he is, and also for some reason strips Sam of his clothes, so now they're both shirtless, and then he gives Sam back his own guitar, and he declares that victory is his as there is no way to stop the last stranding now. He then splits his guitar into 2, and then Sam and Higgs prepare to face off one last time. And very similar to the first game, this is quite literally a boss fight as it's got our health bars up the top, and it turns into a fighting game. You thought the game couldn't get any crazier, but here we are, our main character and the main villain, both fighting on top of a giant stone body on the beach, which is some sort of afterlife, with the world about to end, and both of them are shirtless, fighting with melee guitars. Like, Death Stranding is just truly crazy, but it is also just so awesome and cool, and this was definitely the highlight of the game.
Oh my god, Magellan's still going back there.
Even you gotta face facts.
Less talking and more punching, my guy. Wait, shred right back? Wait, what? This is so awesome. This is so sick, my guy. Oh, there goes one of your axes, bro. No. Is that ours broken? No. Play it back.
Why won't you? You wanna jam with me? Son of a bitch! Shut! Fuck off!
Damn.
I'm putting you down!
Oh. Oh. That same thing happened in the first game, but it was a punch last time.
This time, I'll make a laugh. You don't wanna hear the fucking encore!
Finish him. Do we get it? Defeat Higgs. That was so cool. This game is just a vibe, man.
Really is you, isn't it? It's okay. See the sun.
What the heck? I'm so confused.
Days end. Let that yawn out. There's no pretending. I will hold you and protect you. So let love warm you till the morning.
What the fuck? Oh, damn.
Lou?
Lou? What the heck? I don't know what just happened, but like, I got goosebumps. I'll always be with you. Complete episode 15 on the beach. Damn.
And this leads us into the final episode of the game, episode 16, Tomorrow. We start this episode off finding ourselves back at Sam's usual spot, this time in the snow, and then we see Lou's hand reach up and touch him on the face. So somehow Lou is back, and then we are given the simple task of once again returning home with Lou. However, after completing this trek for a third time now, we find out that Sam was imagining this thing the whole time as the Magellan appears in front of him in the sky, and once we return to him, we find ourselves back on the beach. Lou is nowhere in sight, but instead we do find Tomorrow washed up on the beach, unconscious. The Magellan then lands nearby, and then we are greeted with the delivery completed page, where we officially defeated Higgs and saved Tomorrow. Following that, we find Sam has brought Tomorrow on board the Magellan, and at the same time it is revealed to us that Fragile, unfortunately, has passed away. Di Hardman tells us the truth is she's actually been dead for some time. Apparently, while we were searching for the photo, she contacted him and came clean about the whole thing. It happened back when she tried to jump Lou to safety at the start of the game, when she was in that space between the world of the living and the dead mid-jump and Higgs shot her. On one side, her death had already come to pass. On our side though, however, her physical form still endured, if only for a while. So pretty much Fragile knew that she only had a limited amount of time left, and Sam was the only one that she didn't actually tell about the truth because of how much he had already gone through. Obviously grieving, Sam leaves the bridge to get some alone time because he's lost another person he's cared so deeply for, and honestly seeing him break down into tears like this is quite heartbreaking. However, in the next scene, Fragile contacts Sam from the afterlife and explains exactly what happened. When Higgs shot her, in that instant her car and Ha were separated from one another, and it turns out the fact that Lou and her were even able to make the jump actually had nothing to do with Fragile at all, and instead it was Lou who connected them to those poor souls. At the time, Fragile believed that Lou was safer with these lost souls instead, so she left Lou in their care. Afterwards, when Sam found her and nursed her back to health, she'd lost all memory of what she'd done. The only thing that she knew for certain was that she was already dead, and with what little time she had left, she wanted to spend it traveling with Sam. It wasn't until the moment that we arrived at Apas's beach that she finally remembered, and she says that it's her fault that Sam never got to watch Lou grow up, and she was the one who stole all those precious years. She apologizes for that, but she makes Sam promise that he'll make the most of the future he has with Lou anyway. Sam wakes up and finds her standing above his bed, and she says, "Death can't tear us apart, and we will always be with you." She then tells him to go meet up with the others. Upon arriving at the bridge, the crew prepares to jump back to Australia. Whilst we're mid-jump though, we see Tomorrow, and above her is Neil, where we then go inside his mouth, and we finally get the rest of the flashbacks about his story. In this scene, we find Neil finally returning to Lucy after she has asked for his help because it's something urgent. It turns out they are after her child named Lou. This is, of course, Bridge's plan to use Lou as a sacrificial BB because they need the child of a repatriate, aka Sam's child. And rightly so, Lucy doesn't want them to have her baby. So this is where she comes up with the plan that they need to tell everyone that it is in fact Neil's baby instead. Neil is obviously very reluctant to help as he feels like his heart has been broken, but eventually he does agree, and he says that they should run to Mexico. But he says that they need to move quick, and next week they have to do it no later than that. Before he leaves, Lucy gives Neil the USB that has everything on it that obviously he eventually gave to Sam. Cut forward to a week later, and Neil has returned, telling Lucy that they need to go and everything she needs is in the car. And he also brought her flowers just to make the cover story look more romantic and real. The two then head off to leave the building, where they are able to make it through their first lot of security without too much trouble. However, just as they're about to leave, the head Bridges guy shows up, and he says, "You know we'd never let you leave when you're carrying the child of a repatriate." Neil then pulls a gun on him and tries to keep up the cover story that it is his child instead, and tells him to back off, which he starts doing. However, then from the other direction, more guards
show up, and for some reason their first thought is to fire, and in doing so they hit Lucy, and quickly the guy tells them to stand down and stop shooting. Neil then drags a bleeding Lucy into a nearby room and places her on a table. However, Lucy is bleeding quite bad and clearly she is starting to die. That's when the Bridges guy shows up in the room with them, and Neil begs for him to save Lucy's life. He agrees to do that, but at the same time he pretty much says that when they save her life, the child belongs to them and that they have to agree to let them take it. But Neil begs that they need to keep her alive and that he has to give him his word, and so the Bridges guy gives Neil his word. Lucy then distracts Neil by saying his name. The Bridges guy then takes this opportunity to unlock the door with all the guards streaming in, and they shoot Neil on sight, effectively killing him right there. We then cut to the next scene where we find ourselves in a surgery room where they say that the extraction was successful and BB-00 was transferred to a sterilized pod and sent to a separate facility, and that they are now ready to proceed with corpse disposal, one male and one female, which means that both Neil and Lucy unfortunately died. However, as they lift the covering off Neil's body, they find out that he is already succumbing to necrosis, and they need to dispose of his corpse ASAP or there is going to be a void out. But as we already know, it is too late, and the void out of course happens. We actually take control here and are able to move around the scene just before the void out is about to happen, and after exploring around for a bit, we find where Lucy's body is, and then after a while we actually find a younger version of Sam rock up to find her. He is obviously here to confirm that it is Lucy, and once he finds out, he is obviously very distraught, and he becomes even more distraught after he realizes that they've taken his baby from her. In the end, he actually ends up picking up her body from the table, and he tries to take her body from the facility. Of course though, this is when the void out happens and a massive explosion goes off, but of course Sam did survive because he is a repatriate. After finally seeing the rest of Neil's story, we then cut back to the scene where Fragile died and Lou was left behind, and here we actually find Fragile's soul show up and pick Lou up, and then we see her traveling with Lou across the different places that we fought Neil at, alongside his skeleton crew, until she arrived at the Mexican town where she handed Lou across to the Lost Souls, where she is then encased inside a giant gold cocoon. And honestly, if you haven't figured it out by now, Lou is in fact Tomorrow, and that's why Neil was protecting her in that strange realm where we first fought him. We then finally return back to the crew after we've successfully made the jump, and this massive twist is finally made official, as Tomorrow confirms that she remembers everything now, the journey the two of them went on together in the first game, and the birthmark on her elbow confirms to Sam that she is indeed Lou. And so now we know that Tomorrow is indeed Sam's daughter. And honestly, it's kind of crazy to think about that Lucy and Sam had a daughter, which was then obviously taken to be the sacrificial BB, but then Amelie covered it up and changed it to BB-28, which then later down the line, Sam just happens to run into, and that becomes his new BB, and by the end of the first game, he gets BB-28 out of the pod and calls it Lou, because that was obviously the name of his first child that he thought had died. And so then now cut to the second game, we're looking after Lou, and then we think that Lou unfortunately dies, but Fragile was able to save her and send her to the afterlife, where she magically grew older and became Tomorrow, who then we obviously find out now was actually Lou all along and is Sam's daughter, which to me is just crazy that this story connected both games so well. Anyway, with that, that is the end of the game, and all I can say is well done, Hideo Kojima. Death Stranding is very weird, but it is also a great story and has some great moments, so I would highly recommend it to anyone. Just like the start of the game, during the credits we get some awesome visuals of the Death Stranding world, and it just looks so good, even though this is probably actually real footage and then they've just CGI'd all the Death Stranding stuff into it, but regardless, the visuals are still insane. And then of course at the end of these credits we do get a pretty cool mid-credit scene, where very similar to the camera panning on Sam at the start of the game and throughout whenever he was on top of that mountain, it does the same thing this time, but we can tell that this is not Sam, and instead it is actually revealed
to be Tomorrow, who obviously has now become a porter herself. We also see her look at a photo of Rainy and her baby, so that's good news that obviously the pregnancy went alright and she finally gave birth. We then see her prepare her stuff and get up, and that's when we see a brand new plate gate has formed. And then we finally get to see Tomorrow's brand new look, and I'm guessing this may potentially set up a third game where we play as Tomorrow as the main character instead of Sam. And with that, we get one final title card telling us that this is the end of Death Stranding 2. Then I just had to sit through all the actual credits, and then there was a tiny little end credit scene which pretty much showed, I believe, that Sam had moved back into his shelter and had finally delivered the present to Lou that he was meant to do at the very start of the game. Because after that we get the delivery complete screen where it says deliver the present for Lou, aka Tomorrow, and we get a bunch of likes from her. And we also unlock Higgs's red mask and also his golden mask, which is pretty cool. We then get an overview of our porter grade and what we completed throughout the story. And probably the most of note one is the fact that my total playtime to complete the story was 53 hours, which as you'll come to find out will be a lot higher once I've actually platinumed the game. Anyway, after looking at all my stats and clicking next, we finally got our last story trophy to pop.
Death can't tear us apart. Complete episode 16 tomorrow. Wow, that's the end of the game, damn.
Now that we've completed the game, we also get the option to switch the Drawbridge Cupid on, which pretty much just means that there will be less enemies on the map, making deliveries a lot easier. So I of course turned it on. After doing this, we are introduced to episode 17, One Day, but this pretty much just is the epilogue and allows you to keep playing in the open world. You can't actually ever finish this episode. And once we're back in the game, Die Hardman confirms this, telling us that we have officially connected up Australia and pretty much completed the game, so from now on we can do whatever we want, including all the side stuff we have yet to do. And so now we were officially in cleanup territory, and it was time to focus on getting the rest of these trophies to get the platinum. And so the first trophy I decided to go for was for building every single structure type, which also included tools, deployable shields, electric traps, and any sign. Luckily, I was able to go onto the social strand service, where I was then able to look at my own profile and gameplay statistics, and here I was able to look at what structures I had already built, so I knew which ones I hadn't done that I still needed to do. And according to my trophy progress, I still had 4 more to do. The first one was simple enough. Apparently I'd never actually made a post box. The second one was a little bit more complex, as I had yet to build a safe house. However, to fully complete a safe house structure, you do have to put in 960 resins and 960 special alloys in order to finish it. So I then had to head to nearby facilities in order to get the materials that I needed. I actually had to go to multiple facilities just to get enough materials that I needed. After visiting the second facility, I then realized that the other structure that I still needed to build was actually a bridge, and this also requires extra materials to actually complete it. So once I put it down, I was able to see how much materials I needed, and I was able to head back to the facility to get that. After gathering all the materials, I was then able to complete building the safe house, and then also complete the bridge as well. And then thanks to the trophy description, I realized that the final structure I had yet to build wasn't actually a structure, instead it was just to place down an electric trap.
Yeah, there we go. Master Builder. Build every structure type, including tools, deployable shields, electric traps, and any sign. Let's go. I don't know why I never used the electric trap, but it is what it is.
The next trophy I then went for was for defeating the golden chiral creature, which I thought was going to be some big difficult side mission that I had to do, but turns out all I had to do was head to a spot where chiral creatures spawn in, which are these little black goopy enemies, and you have the chance of spotting a bigger golden one, which just drops more chiral crystals when you defeat it. So honestly, I don't know how I didn't do this earlier in the game.
Oh, there's one. Hey, Conqueror of the Golden CC. Defeat the golden chiral creature. That was so simple. I didn't realize they were literally just those little gold dudes. Oh my god. There's a lot of chiral. That is a great way to farm. That's a great way to farm chiral crystals. Holy. So you just gotta. Yeah, see, there's another one up there. Damn, okay. Well, that was an easy trophy.
The next trophy I then went for was for studying the night sky for the first time. And in order to do this, all I had to do was simply visit a hot spring at night time. And upon bathing in the hot spring, you are given the option to look up at the stars. And by simply doing this, I got the trophy.
Hey, written in the stars. Study the night sky for the first time. Hell yeah. Yeah, there you go. Kojima. Oh, Kojima Productions up. Good old thumbs up from Hartman. Oh, there's Lou. I've seen one where it's Kojima's face, but maybe that's not. Maybe you have to go to a different location for that one. Oh well. We saw the good old Cryptobiot.
Following that, the next trophy I went for, I had to watch a live performance in my private room, which I know does sound a little sus, but it was actually pretty cool what we had to do. So first thing I had to do was head back to my private room, and then in my ring terminal menu, I had to open the music player. I then had to play the song Horizon Dreamer, which we actually unlocked when we unlocked the music player all the way back in episode 3. Then after playing it, if you back out, you can see Dolman start bobbing his head around, and if you talk to him, he gives you an option to watch his performance.
Yes, I do. Just a quick one. Oh my god. I want to see. Change lighting. Oh my god. What the flip? Wait, so he can move? Wait, there's multiple of them. What? Oh my god. This is crazy. What the heck? This is sick. Horizon Dreamer, performed by Daichi Miura. Damn. This is sick. Oh, this game, I love this game, bro. I love it. I love it. So random, but so cool. Oh. We got Dolman's actual form. Yay. Oh, still going. A private show. Watch a live performance in your private room. That is such a cool trophy once again. So random, but so cool.
I'm not sure how much of the song I'll be able to play because of copyright reasons, but hopefully you get a little taste of it, and honestly, that was such a cool performance and such a cool trophy. And I actually really like that song. Anyway, moving on, it was now time to start the big grind of the game, which was to get max level connection with every single facility, because all the other trophies would kind of come along as we were going for this main goal. Firstly, I decided to start in Mexico, and I actually decided to start doing all the aid requests first, as these get you a decent amount of likes with whatever facility you completed it for. Completing these aid requests is not required for the platinum at all, and honestly you could just do standard deliveries, but I kind of wanted to 100% the game, I guess, so I wanted to 100% complete all aid requests, and like I said, this gave me a decent amount of likes and connection anyway, so it was still working towards the main goal. At the same time, whilst I was traveling between destinations to complete these aid requests, I also started setting up a zipline network, so then when I started doing standard orders, I could get them done as efficiently as possible. The great thing about ziplines is that you were also able to use other people's ziplines that spawned into your world, which did make building the zipline network a lot easier, as half of it was kind of already done. Essentially though, that was this beginning grind. It was to get all aid requests complete and build a functioning zipline network here in Mexico. And so a couple of hours grinding later, I did complete the final aid request, and that meant I had officially completed all aid requests here in Mexico. Before moving on to Australia though, I decided I wanted to get max level connection at all facilities here in Mexico first, so I started to do some standard orders. And things did not start well, to say the least. What the fuck? Anyway, I moved on from that pretty quickly and made sure to be a little bit more safe with my orders next time. Speaking of orders though, not too long after that I actually completed an order and ended up getting a miscellaneous trophy. Oh, crap. Compulsive cargo carrier. Deliver a total of 500 pieces of cargo. Let's go! I knew that was coming eventually. Following on from that, I continued to grind out more standard orders, until eventually we got our first ever 5-star connection, which was with the artist. I then went on to max out our connection with the former geophysics research lab, then with the Boca, and Via Libre, until eventually I only had 2 more facilities left in Mexico, but I ended up getting to a point where I literally had no more orders I could do to those facilities. So this meant I had to wait for these standard orders to start respawning in before I could continue increasing my connection with these facilities. So in the meantime, I decided to head to Australia and start taking on some orders here. Whilst here, I decided I was going to finally connect up all facilities to get that trophy done, so all I had to do was find some lost cargo for Mr. Impossible. But this honestly took longer than what you would expect, as I ran around for what seemed like ages trying to find some lost cargo just to connect up this facility. In the end, it was taking so long and I literally couldn't find any cargo at all that I ended up searching it up online. Online, I ended up finding something that said to look on the floating ice chunks that were near the shore and you can find some cargo on them. And luckily for me, after searching them for a little bit, I finally saw a Mr. Impossible cargo off in the distance. So I went and collected it, and now I was finally able to make a delivery to Mr. Impossible. However, upon delivering this cargo, I of course did not get a 1-star connection, meaning I actually had to do a sub order for them before I could connect them up to the chiral network. This sub order was luckily not too difficult, as I just had to recover some chiral sculptures from some pretty hard to get to places, but once I had recovered them, all I had to do was return them to Mr. Impossible. Once the sub order was complete, I finally got a 1-star connection, meaning I could now connect them up to the chiral network. And of course, this also meant we got the trophy for finally connecting up every single facility in the game. Yes, look at that. New strand established. Keep on connecting. Connect all facilities using your Cupid. Yes, let's go. Officially done it now. New strand established. Look at that, all of Australia. That is beautiful. Mr. Impossible. Oh, there's 2 of them. Oh, duh, but like, I didn't expect them to look like that. Damn.
Looks like this thing's loaded with all kinds of sick
Are these guys like YouTubers, I feel
way
like?
different from the stuff we used to
I
have.
feel like they look familiar.
I wonder if it'll dish it.
Well, I wanna search it up.
Think you can do it, bro? Some extra
Yeah, Raka
special
Raka.
flair.
I know these guys. They haven't uploaded in a while. Yeah, Raka Raka. These guys are like Aussie YouTubers, bro. I knew they looked familiar. Anyway, while I'd been connecting up the final facility, some more orders had respawned back in Mexico, so I was able to do those again, and as a result, I did max out our connection with Ciudad Nudo del Norte, and also the C1 South Distribution Center, which officially meant we were now done with Mexico and never had to come back here, as all facilities were 5-star connections. So now I moved over to Australia to start doing the same thing, where I began with doing all the aid requests and at the same time creating a zipline network. On top of this though, my goal was to also restore every single road and monorail in Australia as well, which would of course make some deliveries even more efficient. As a result, early on I ended up completing the entire monorail that was on the left side of the map. So now I had fully restored my 2nd monorail out of 3. Following that, I got back to grinding, and even though this may not seem like a long time because I'm breezing over it in this video, I did spend probably about 5 hours getting the rest of these aid requests done. And like I mentioned, you don't have to do these for the platinum at all, but as you can see, I actually got to pretty high connection levels with most facilities thanks to these aid requests. And so after that massive grind, I had officially completed all aid requests in Australia, and also obviously Mexico, meaning I'd completed every single one in the game. And so now it was truly time to start the grind to get all facilities here in Australia to a 5-star connection, as the aid requests had given me a good head start, but I still had plenty of standard orders to do. Thankfully, early on in this grind, I did end up getting a miscellaneous trophy, which was a nice little dopamine hit to keep me going. Is that right? Odradek auto defense allows the Odradek to shield same from enemy attacks. That's cool. Is that not level 40 and everything? Yeah, a Premier Porter.
Achieve a porter grade of 40 or higher in all categories. Let's go. Stealth, I don't even know how we got stealth in. There was literally no enemies where we were that we went through, but oh well. I take it, I take that. Anyway, it was then back to the monotonous grind, because I can't lie, most deliveries just look like this, whether I was either driving on a road or using a zipline, or even using the monorail, which makes all these deliveries quite mind-numbing, as sometimes you're barely even controlling Sam, but this is also the fastest way to grind out 5-star connection with every facility, so I wasn't going to manually run everywhere anyway. And to be fair, that's the peaceful thing I find about these games, is just hopping on and completing some deliveries, and you can put on a YouTube video or TV show on in the background, meaning you're killing 2 birds with 1 stone sort of thing. And I can't lie, I got through many YouTube videos whilst doing this grind. Anyways, to start this grind here in Australia, I did start ticking off a few of the facilities. This included the Western Environmental Observatory, the Lone Commander, the Government's Base, Rainbow Valley, the Inventor, West Fort Knott, the Musician, the Animal Shelter, Rainy's Shelter, and then finally we got a break from that as I had completed some orders for the Fisherman and his last sub-order had appeared, which was to summon the Lord of the Tar Lake. In order to summon the Lord of the Tar Lake, we first had to go capture a particular type of large BT that it preyed on, and after capturing it with an EX capture grenade, we headed to the giant Tar Lake, which I mentioned earlier in the video seemed like something would spawn in there. Well, it turns out as part of this order we had to summon in our new BT, which was called a Delphus, and once we did this, the Lord of the Tar Lake would come out to play. And of course, now that we had summoned in the Lord of the Tar Lake, it was time to defeat it, which I would like to say was difficult, but honestly it was just like any other giant BT fight. I of course also remembered that I could spawn in my very own giant BT, and I chose the one from the end of the game, which was the best one, and this made the fight even easier. I did try to capture the Lord of the Tar Lake using an EX capture grenade, but I kept missing my throws, and in the end, I ended up just killing it instead. Hey, showdown at the Tar Lake. Defeat the Lord of the Tar Lake. I wanted to try and capture it, god damn it. I don't even know if it's possible to capture it or not. I mean, you can probably spawn it back in again, actually, now that I think about it. It doesn't really matter. I'm not going to be fighting any giant BTs again, I don't think. Anyway, now that we had defeated the Lord, we not only got a trophy, but it also meant we could get a 5-star connection with the Fisherman. I then continued on maxing out more connections with other facilities. This included the F2 South Distribution Center, the Northern Environmental Observatory, the Dowser, the Architect, the Pizza Chef, and Hartman's lab. After that, I then managed to restore the last monorail line, which was on the right side of the map. I then maxed out my connection with the F5 East Distribution Center before I got my next trophy for revealing the truth about the Ghost Hunter. After beating the game, and if you head to the Ghost Hunter's facility, you can't actually access the terminal and talk to him, and Dollman says that perhaps the Drawbridge Cupid, now that it is on, is suppressing the connection between us and the Ghost Hunter, so we have to turn it off. But the trophy ends up popping before this anyway, as soon as Dollman stops speaking. Oh, wait, what? The real story of the Ghost Hunter. Reveal the truth about the Ghost Hunter. Huh? Is he dead? We didn't even... We didn't even do it because we... Wait, I need to figure this out. We need to switch it on. I mean, sorry, we need to switch it off. Alright, now let's see what it does.
Not the best weather for travel up.
Wait, so is he alive or dead? So he must be dead then. I thought it was going to get revealed or something, but... Because he didn't appear with our... So he must be dead. Okay, I guess I'll take the trophy. It isn't really properly explained there, but Dollman does wonder if the Ghost Hunter is deceased, as when the Drawbridge Cupid is on, it does sever the connection between the beach and the real world for many BTs, or souls, so I guess that's why it makes sense we have to turn it off so we can actually communicate with the Ghost Hunter. We do find out a little bit more later on, but we'll get to that. For now, I continued maxing out my connection with more facilities, which included the Motherhood, the Mechanic, and the Meta
genomicist. Because following that, I had unlocked the final sub-order from the Ghost Hunter, which was to save F8 from a void out. So I quickly made my way from the Ghost Hunter to Terminal Fort Knot, and upon nearing the shore, I noticed that there was an upside down rainbow in the distance, which was a key sign that a void out was about to happen. And sure enough, as I made my way out to where the tar currents were the strongest, a giant BT erupted from the tar. And it was one of the massive humanoid ones, which are one of the toughest ones to take down. So I of course called in my overpowered BT to help me straight away, and this made the fight go by so quickly, as seriously it does so much damage, it's crazy. And within the 2 minutes my giant BT was helping me for, we had already gotten the giant BT down to red health, so I actually attempted to capture it with an EX capture grenade just like the Lord of the Tar Lake. This time I was actually successful, and as a result we did also pop the trophy.
Yes! Savior of Terminal Fort Knot. Prevent Terminal Fort Knot from falling victim to a void out. And we captured the dude too. Let's go. Let's go.
And so now that we had defeated the giant BT and saved the city, we were able to return back to the Ghost Hunter and complete the sub-order. And this also allowed us to finally max out our connection with the Ghost Hunter. Following that, the Ghost Hunter tells us about how a giant catcher appeared near North Fort Knot and triggered a massive void out. Well, he noticed that the same signs that occurred before that void out were also occurring before the Terminal Fort Knot void out was meant to happen that we just prevented. So that's how he was able to warn us, and we were able to go stop it. He says that he was powerless to prevent the destruction of North Fort Knot, so he's glad he was able to save Terminal Fort Knot with our help. But you can tell from the way he's talking about this story, it's almost like he was in North Fort Knot when the void out happened. So I'm assuming that's the theory and reasoning behind why he's dead, because he must have been caught in that void out, but his soul never moved on from this world, and instead he is trying to prevent stuff like that from happening again. So I'm assuming that's what they meant by finding out the truth about the Ghost Hunter. Anyway, with that over, it was back to maxing out more connections with other facilities, including the Pioneer, the Data Scientist, the Chronobiologist, East Fort Knot, the Phantom Smith, the Aeronautical Engineer, and finally South Fort Knot. Obviously I just read out all those locations in about 15 seconds, but in real life it probably took more like 15 hours to actually max out all these places. So don't think it's easy to just get these connections done straight away. Anyway, in this next clip I was completing a delivery for the F7 North Distribution Center, and some enemies were shooting at me, which resulted in my cargo getting blown up because it was explosive. But what I didn't actually realize is that this was a destruction order, so I was actually meant to destroy that cargo anyway. And upon returning to the distro center to complete the order, I actually got my next trophy.
S rank. Yeah, there we go. Seasoned Porter. I was going to say, is it a destruction order? Yeah. Complete 10 deliveries, 10 recoveries, 10 elimination / destruction standard orders with an S rank in casual difficulty or above. Finally, I got that trophy. I had I thought I was going to get it then because it was a destruction one, which I didn't realize because I was going to try and deliver it and then it blew up on me and I realized, oh, I meant to do that. But oh well, I'll take the trophy.
That trophy is pretty much guaranteed to pop if you are going for the platinum, because by the time you get a 5-star connection, you should have gotten S rank in 10 of each of those different delivery types, especially the delivery and recovery ones. Maybe the elimination / destruction ones you might not have got yet, but you can easily just go out of your way and complete those 10 anyway. Moving on, I was now up to the final sub order for the Adventurer. At literally every single star connection for this guy, you have to go out and save him by completing a sub order before you can actually get that next star connection. And now finally I was onto the 5-star connection one, and of course we had to save him again. So we headed to the spot where he was last seen, and here we find ourselves surrounded by the floating jellyfish enemies in the sky. None of them actually attack you, but as you get closer to the middle, there is a bigger one that will start beaming you up, just like a UFO beams up a cow. And this results in Sam getting teleported to a completely new location. And as soon as we stand up and start to move around, a trophy ends up popping.
The scars left by the giants arrive at the BT Nexus in the F3 crater. What? I'm joking, I knew I was gonna get this trophy from the guard, but damn. Yeah, that's how you get over to this crater here. which is on the complete other side of the map. So we were just over over here. We've gone all the way from there, all the way down to here. What on earth?
You can technically try and get to this crater earlier on, but it's honestly just easier to get this trophy when you complete this sub-order. Of course, we weren't done there yet, as we still had to find the adventurer, and it turns out he was on an island in the middle of the crater, but upon preparing him for delivery, some giant BTs decide to spawn in. So first I had to defeat them, and this time I decided to spawn in my brand new giant BT that I had just captured, the humanoid one, as this guy was still pretty strong as well. And when I say strong, I mean pretty overpowered, because I found out quickly that he has one attack that pulled both giant BTs into this massive void out explosion, which defeated them both instantly. After that, I simply headed back to the shore where the objective told me to go, and once there, another giant jellyfish spawned above our heads and beamed us up, and this time teleported us back to where we originally came from. I then simply just had to return the adventurer back to his home, and after successfully rescuing him, this got us our 5-star connection with the adventurer. We now only had one more trophy to get before the platinum, and this was simply to maximize our connection level with all other facilities, so it was time to do that. Once again, this did take a while to grind out, but the next places I connected up included the F7 North Distribution Center, B-Pass, the Eastern Environmental Observatory, Terminal Fort Knott, and the Tar Therapist. Because following that, I managed to restore the final piece of the road, completing all highways and roads around the map, which to be fair was kinda pointless now, as every facility had been maxed out, but to be fair, I had been rebuilding the roads as I went, so they still had helped me throughout my journey, that's for sure. And of course, I still had 2 more facilities to actually max out yet. However, because I was now down to 2 final locations, just like in Mexico, no more orders were spawning in for them as I had completed them all, so I had to go and do different orders for facilities that I'd already completed, just in the hope that more orders would respawn for the actual facilities I still had to complete. And during some of these orders, I had a pretty funny moment as I was talking to my friend in a party.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh no.
Oh no. Oh! 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 Oh!
Oh no. Oh. Oh my god. I actually...
Tripped and died, bro.
I had explosive packages, bro. Oh my god! God fucking damn it, bro. Man, this game ass, bro. Oh, brother, this guy stinks. Anyway, after completing some more orders for what felt like hours, some more orders for the Southern Environmental Observatory finally appeared. So I quickly completed those and finally got to a 5-star connection with the Southern Environmental Observatory. Now I just had one final facility left. And of course, this was Mr. Impossible. In order to get a 5-star connection with them, I had to complete their final sub-order. And this was meant to be the most impossible or difficult order in the game. As for this order, we had to go to every single armed hostiles camp on the map and recover a chiral sculpture from each one, which they were super hazardous, and also we had to do it within a 50-minute time limit. So this order involved fighting enemies / being stealthy, recovering cargo, being careful, and also delivering it as quick as possible. And I'm not gonna lie to you, this order would pretty much be impossible if you didn't have a zipline network set up. But thankfully, of course, I did because of all the other grinding I had to do to get to this point. The hard part now was collecting each bit of cargo from each enemy camp in the quickest way possible, because I didn't want to get stuck fighting enemies if I didn't have to. So for example, in this first camp, I was literally able to just sneak in and grab the cargo and leave without alerting any enemies. The second camp was pretty much the same thing. I just took down 2 enemies that were near the cargo and then I got out of there quick smart. The third camp camp was a little bit more difficult as I actually had to take down an enemy that was holding the cargo, which ended up alerting all the other enemies in the camp. So I quickly climbed up the ladder to grab the cargo and bounced out of there as soon as I could. Having the entire highway built also helped greatly here. As the 4th camp, I just drove straight in, ignored pretty much all of the enemies except for the ones that were in my way, and then collected the cargo, and then fought my way back to the truck, hopped in, and drove straight off. The next camp straight after that one, I pretty much did the same thing, where I just fought through the enemies that I had to, grabbed the cargo, and left. On the way to the 6th camp, I quickly stopped at the data scientist and crafted some more blood bags, because I did not want to die now. And for the 6th camp, I actually decided to just drive straight through and not even get out of my vehicle, knocking enemies over along the way until I got to the bit of cargo. And with my climbing power gloves, I was able to literally just grab the cargo from my truck and then drive off. The 7th and final camp ended up being in the mountains, so I definitely had to use ziplines to get there quickly. Once I was over the mountain and on the other side, I did quickly stop at a facility to pick a truck up, because then I was able to do the same thing where I just drove up to the camp, but surprisingly no enemies actually saw me straight away. So I was able to sneak my way up the tower and grab the cargo, but then on the way down the enemies did finally spot me, but I just quickly boosted it to my truck, hopped in and drove off. And now that I had all 7 pieces of cargo, all I had to do was complete the delivery, and I had about 12 minutes left. But thankfully, once again for my zipline network, I was able to use these to finish the delivery off. And so in the end, I made it back to Mr. Impossible with about 5 minutes to spare. But I quickly drunk in the beautiful sights of this game before I was about to get the platinum.
It's beautiful. We've done it. Sam the man has done it. In fact, let's take a photo to commemorate. Okay. Yes. We did it. Time to get the platinum, baby. Oh my god, they took so much damage. It don't matter though, I ain't going for no... Oh, let's enjoy this cutscene one last time. Hello, Rucka Rucka.
What's up, bro?
What's up, bro?
Tell me you actually recovered all of our shit.
Yes, I did.
He did.
Give me my platinum, please. Please. And A, I'll take that. A is pretty good. PCC level 3, that does not help. Wait, what? Wait, what's so good about this? Enabling construction of bridges and safe houses in their completed state. Oh. All other structures built by this PCC will become pre-upgraded to level 2. Oh, that's so good! That is so good! Why do they give it to me now? Ah!
Bro, when everything is upgraded.
Oh my god. Connecting hearts and minds! Maximize your connection with all facilities. Oh my god. 100%!
Good stuff, bro.
Give me the platinum.
Hell yeah.
Please. Yes! What is that trophy name? Homo liberans, the savior of humanity.
Good stuff. I thought you were about to say something.
It says Homo liberans. Homo liberans, the savior of humanity, obtained all Death Stranding 2 trophies. Yes, I am the Homo liberans.
The savior of humanity.
Yes, that's the title of the video. Not the goat deliverer once again. Instead, I became the savior of humanity. Oh yes.
Nice.
Yes. Mr. Impossible maxed out. Let's go.
To the editing room.
Oh god.
And with that, our time with Death Stranding 2 has officially come to an end. I just quickly wanted to show you my stats for the game, in particular the total play time. As you might remember when I finished the story, I was sitting at 53 hours of game time. Well, as you can see, by the time I got the platinum, it was all the way at 123 hours. So that means it took me an additional 70 hours just to do the cleanup and endgame grind. Which is funny because the cleanup is probably probably the shortest part of this video, but I just wanted to let you know that in reality, it actually took me the longest, and that's why this platinum took so long, and that is also why it has taken me so long to get this video out as well. In the end, Death Stranding 2 became my most played game at 126 hours, meaning it was now my longest platinum and 100%. So that's why this video is so long. Please let me know if 4 hours is too long. I think it probably is, but I'm pretty impressed that I was able to cut down a 126 hour platinum into a 4-hour video. But from now on, I will try and make the videos more concise, aiming for at least under 2 hours, I reckon. So I really do apologize for the length of this video and how long it has taken me to get out as well. I was quite busy towards the end of last year and doing a 120-hour platinum and then trying to edit it into one full video just ended up taking way longer than I expected. But thank you so much for all the support you've still given me over that time, and also if you have made it this far in the video, you are a true legend. And make sure you comment down below if you did make it this far. Keep on keeping on. Also, I'd just like to give a massive shout out to all the members who are still a part of the channel. I'm sorry for not really providing you guys much content, but I still really appreciate that you are showing that extra level of support, and I promise this year will be bigger and better than ever. And of course, I would like to give an extra special shout out to my ultra rare members, Shajita456 and Sirax1207. Thank you so much for still being an ultra rare member even after all this time. Anyway, with all that out of the way, final thoughts, Death Stranding 2, such a great game. It was definitely my game of the year for last year, and I would highly recommend anyone play it. I think it was definitely an improvement on the first game, and I love the first game, so I also love this one. Anyway, stay tuned for the next video, which hopefully should come out very soon, now that I've finally gotten this one out of the way and complete. And of course, the next one will be Ghost of Yote. See you all then.
I can hear the demons call when they do what they do, and now I feel like taking off. I